Oh. Shrugs. Man, I wish the really aggressive shrug I do every time that intro doesn't work came through in my tracking. I wish I had full body tracking or even just like full shoulder tracking just so that I could just shrug really hard so you could see that particularly. But hi, I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. And today I'm also going to be redesigning more characters so that they don't deal as much psychic damage to me personally, particularly. Eehee. Yay! We love dealing less psychic damage! Mostly I'm redesigning characters that I think are just generally ineffective. I'm not redesigning characters, hopefully, that are ones that just I am not a huge fan of the design of. And thankfully, I have other people to tell me if I'm being too biased about wanting to redesign particular characters. I wanted to redesign a Honkai Star Rail character today. I wanted to redesign Sunday because his outfit gives me every time I look at him. Every time I look at him, I'm like, why? Why is he like that? And I can say this also because I have him in Honkai Star Rail. I have him in Honkai Star Rail. And every time I look at him, I'm like, why is your outfit split diagonally in color? You feel disharmonious. And for somebody who is supposed to be a part of, you know, his belief system relates to harmony or something, right? It don't make sense. It don't make sense. You had Sunday? I did. I had Aventurine and Sunday. And someone else on my team, and we wreck house. I haven't played it in a hot minute, but I had a good I had a good setup for it, thankfully. Love Sunday, but I understand I miss his NPC outfit. That's what I said, and Jubby overruled me. Jubby overruled me. Jubby was like, I think his design is fine, actually. It doesn't bother me. And I was like, really now? Okay. You know, he's on a wandering arc, think disharmony is fine. Okay, it's fine that we're not looking at his design. It's okay. Maybe it just irks me on a personal level, some of the design conventions they've decided to use for him. It's just too much. It's just too much. So we're gonna go for the character whose name I have pronounced 8 billion different ways. Let's see. Can I spin the wheel and get it right this time? Let's see. Acheron. Archeron. I listened to videos about her lore anyway, so I'd know what to do. And do you know what sucks? The 2 videos I watched, they said her name 2 different ways. It's Acheron, isn't it? I believe that is correct. Yeah, okay. like Ohio. Yeah. I got it this time. I just need to not psych myself out this time. Her lore's a bit complicated. Yes, it is, and we will talk about it. So, last week, I redesigned Mavuika from Genshin, and for her, the redesign necessity was very clear and easy to outline, essentially. Her concept did not at all match her execution for me. This time, Acheron, I just think her design isn't as effective as it could be for the tropes she is meant to convey to us. And I think she's, like, oddly maybe a little visually bland, which, hang on, well, we'll talk about it. I know that there's a whole nihility thing and nihilism, and there's a lot of stuff going on with her, but we'll talk. We'll look at everything. This time I actually prepared a bit more in advance for it. I mean, I was prepared for the last stream last week, but I, got more references gathered before we start today because I want to spend longer on designing this time than on reference hunting. I think we spent too long reference hunting last week, and as a result, I didn't get to refine the design as much as I would have liked to on stream, and I just sort of rushed the color process. Don't want to do that this time. I want to have plenty of time to sort of feel out the design a little bit more, so yeah. It's bad, but not super offensive, headache-inducing, but not nauseating. I don't even know if I would go that far. I don't think that she is particularly, I don't even think she gives me a headache, per se. I feel like I'm just disappointed by her design. I really want her to be cool, and after learning a lot more about her story, she as a character is really cool. but her design I feel like isn't as cool, and it's crazy. I have beef with all of her XBs. I have beef. Unfortunately, I have beef. I had beef with Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact. I had a little bit of beef with some of the Raiden Meis from Honkai Impact 3rd. But I actually like some of the Honkai Impact 3rd Raiden Mei designs, and I feel like there's some very particular elements of those designs that would have made sense to come over to this design that didn't. And I don't know why. I don't know why they didn't bring them over. It seems like they have a particular set of tropes they like to keep her within, but then they just like don't always commit to it, and I don't know why. So we'll look. Let me teleport us, but I want to take roll first. I'll take roll, say hi to everybody, and then we'll teleport in, because I'm actually excited about this one, because this is, I think, a little bit more within my wheelhouse of design. I've had to do a lot of very Japanese-inspired design work in the last 2 years because of designing for VTubers. So last time, I was out of my element. That's a good thing. Being out of your element as a designer is great. That's a fantastic learning experience. But I feel like I was floundering a little bit, you know? I'm a little fish in the sea right now. Of all the fish I want to be, flounder's not one of them. I don't know if it makes for a particularly fun stream. I prefer to keep my floundering and struggling with designing to my own time, if possible, which I did therefore do a lot of from Mavuika. But you learn from doing that, and I'm happy to have learned from it, which is all good things. So this time, I think I'm a little more in my wheelhouse, and I think I can do something a little bit more efficiently, effectively, smoothly, without losing my mind about trying to design a collar for a shirt. Smiles. But yeah, anyways, who's here for class today? If you'd like to check in for class, you can use the 1-point channel point redeem known as here on Twitch, or on YouTube. You can just say hi or hello or something of that nature if you so wish. Yee-hee. Let me scroll back in time and see who's here. Also, I know I've got some thank yous for resubs in here to say, so let me say those also. Cycrum, Logan, Nanomino, Omiyomi, Chili, Nova, Nilo, Starless Mage, Hoshi, Gavi, Uyu, Edward, Perona, Mimi, Aerith, welcome back for 7 months. I see you shaking with excitement. I hope you continue to shake with excitement, but in only a way that is maybe good for your health. Do not overshake and injure your neck, please. Pluton, like to watch, Maggie, Kaniko, Sanizum, Aerith, Corarts, Selma, Corey, Diadasi, Bugs. Hi! Edward is being jostled safely and maybe a little bit gently and with great considerations being made for health. Hi. YouTube showmates! I see Cat and Little Duck Bread and Gordy-Goo and Savi. Hi! I hope you guys are doing well. Oh! Edward just got a cool badge! Congrats! You're looking very warm-colored. Can I replace those badges? I wonder if there's a way I can replace those badges. That looks so aggressive compared to our cute little mushroom guys. I gotta make a bits badge that'll be just like friendly little object, maybe. I'll give you a bits badge that is like a fish cracker. If that's a thing I can possibly do. I'll have to check and see if it's possible, but wahoo! That's crazy. Yeah. Hi, Herbal, also. Hello. And also. And Lance. And Rex. Hi. Happy Wednesday. Do I have other things to talk about before I actually fully get started? Unclear? What did I have? What, was there anything else? I don't think I actually have much housekeeping for you today. Wahoo, crazy. Things are gonna calm down a little bit now, which is potentially very nice. I like things calming down as we move into the final month of the summer. Much chiller. Oh, Core Arts, welcome into the Shroom State. I hope you enjoy your newfound rotational abilities. Wahoo. Welcome.
Hey yo, what's up gamers?
Hi, Gary.
It's your favorite Australian boy, Gary. And I'm here to relay a message from Lance. He says he dropped a bunch of Japanese-inspired designs of Raiden MEI in Honkai Impact. He thinks they're pretty neat. Gary has no idea what this all is.
That's okay. That's for me to know and you to find out. Lance, just hold on to your horses. I may already have some of them. Hold your horses for 1 second. Keep a tight grasp on your umas. I say as if I don't also have Umas happening in the background of what I'm doing right now. Also, hi Salil. Yeah, hold on to your Umas nice and tight. Keep a close eye on them. Do not let them run too far or too fast. But let me teleport us into a room where you can look at the prep work I've done, and I will show you some of the things I have gathered. I got game screenshots if you need higher quality. Oh, bet. Hang on. I may actually need those. Lance, you should do everyone a favor. You should post those images somewhere that people can access them, so that way they show up in Google search results, because the fact that I cannot Google a single character from a Hoyoverse franchise and get a somewhat decent reference image of them where the bloom is not out the wazoo and they're not in like a disturbing or strange pose that is totally not useful is frustrating. I get it. People who are drawing fan art maybe don't need it. People who are drawing fan art maybe just pop open their game to get their own references, but not patient enough to be a wiki editor. I don't think you even need to edit the wiki. I just think that you need to post those images somewhere on the web, because if you post them somewhere with the words that say who the character is and that it's a screenshot, if someone Googles, perchance, Acheron, screenshot, Honkai Star Rail, it'll come up in the search results if you have those words with it. So even if it's just like a Tumblr post, a Twitter post, it'll show up. I'm not saying you have to do this, but I know that there are others like me who would benefit from significantly from someone doing something like that. I don't know why it hasn't been done. The images in the wiki are like not great. They're not the best. They're just kind of okay. Yeah. Crazy close to 7K? Wahoo. The shroomate mycelium spreads ever further. Oh, I have a task for us at the end of this summer. When we all go back to classes in the fall, perhaps, I'm going to send you out into the world with something to disperse. We'll talk about that later, but I've got a little thing that I'm preparing, maybe, that I'm also going to participate in. So we'll see, but that should be interesting. Speaking of spreading the shroom state and spreading our spores, funny little thing to do. But anyways, let me teleport us into, I think, this room? Yeah. So we can see all of my prep I have done. Yep, come on. Volleyball. Yep, nope. Nice try. Your hair is very cool. It looks like Toxapex. Thank you. Marini is one of my favorite Pokemon ever. I love Toxapex and Marini. I'm so happy to hear that. I made it myself, and I think I did also subconsciously reference them. Thank you for rotating my head all the way around so they can admire my hair in all of its 360-degree glory. But here is my prep that we did. So here she is. This screenshot's not actually too bad. The bloom is not insane, although I think it's washing her skin tone out a little bit. Just a bit. So here she is, the OG. If I zoom out, you can see the little bit of prep I did to Stardust, which is more than what I had before. But here are her deets. We gotta understand her in order to design or redesign her. So, conceptually, she is what's called a self-annihilator, who is pretending to be something called a galaxy ranger. What that means is that she is somebody who is experiencing nihilism to such an extreme degree that she has essentially formed some degree of a relationship with a creature that is more or less a god. I guess they are technically a god? I'm trying to put this in like layman's terms. And this god is the god of sort of like nothingness and nihilism. She follows nihility, even if she's kind of like existing in a way to go against it. She is pretending to be a galaxy ranger, because galaxy rangers in this universe are kind of like a volunteer, like international force that helps people. They're sort of like international, helpful, beneficial human rights enforcement in some capacity. They just like help people across different worlds. So she's sort of wandering, pretending to be one of those. The other members of that group are the robot cowboy, among others. There's a couple of them, and they generally look a variety of ways. So I would say it is somewhat believable to me that a group of characters in this game could look at this character and say, okay, maybe you are one of those people. But I would say, I feel like she is almost a little bit, like, intimidating and dark for the palette that sort of mix-match group has otherwise. So I feel like I don't know if I would completely believe that as being her role if she said that to us. Yeah, no, she isn't really a member of the group. I'm not dwelling on it too much, but the fact that she is pretending to be one is a story beat, and I don't know if that's a believable thing. I don't know if I would believe her saying that she is one, but that's fine. We won't dwell on it. Her personality is described as being aloof, taciturn, reserved, restrained, and she is described as being very fast. Speed seems to be the name of the game with her. She was previously an Oni due to things that had occurred in her story where a bunch of people who had some swords like she has all turned into Onis because of their swords, and she, I think, is the only survivor of it, the only one who turned back into a human. They love doing Oni types of imagery with their Raidens, with their Raiden maze. All of those XPs. Well, look down below. There's a couple of them, of previous XPs that have Oni symbolism. I'm on the fence about whether or not we should see some Oni symbolism in her design, because that seems like it may be a sore note for her. It seems like a tragedy that she may not want to be thinking about, but then again, at the same time, she's in nihilism and not caring about much. So caring about something, even if it's something that is like a tragedy, may still benefit her. So I'm kind of on the fence about whether we should bring more of that in or not. And yeah, she did used to have Oni horns, but she does no longer. She sort of fits the lone wandering samurai trope, or like a Ronin type of trope. She is sort of... The wiki keeps saying that she is aimlessly wandering. She's not aimlessly wandering. She's essentially trying to help others who fell into nihility back into the afterlife, because her namesake is the River of Souls in Greek mythology. She's sort of guiding souls who have been lost along the way. She doesn't want them to end up trapped in nothingness forever, trapped in sort of that, I guess, like abyss, the black hole forever. So she is trying to help them. She has something of a purpose. She's not wandering without need, but she does prefer solitary time and quiet and things like that. Nihility equals loss, which is shown in her losing her color. She's a transformation, which we're not redesigning, but that's why she uses her color in it, and this whole belief system is considered toxic, which I think is why they went for a purple color palette for her, at least in one way. Second way is because she has lightning as her combat type, and lightning is a purple element in this. I can be that for a bit. Be what? Lance will be HSR advisor for today? Thanks. I've got my experts here with me. She forgets things easily, so she's wandering because she forgets. Ah, okay. I see. So, purple, lightning, and toxicity. Those are why she has the color palette she has. So, what do I think works about her design? I do think her hairstyle and her eye do convey her personality somewhat well. She does feel like a little bit of a, like, withdrawn loner type. She's very edgy. Her eye shape makes her appear serious, but almost like a little bit tired with the flat upper lid and one eye being covered. It helps make her mysterious also. So I think that's fine and makes sense. The fact that her color palette does have a variety of purple hues is nice. It's not just one. We have almost like an indigo purple and a more violet purple too. So she's not as monochromatic as some characters are. She does have like one or two little pops of red too, but unfortunately they're not near her face. So they do end up taking away from the focal point of her head. But that aside, color choices to me do make sense for the concept. Like I said before, we do often use the color purple to represent magic and toxicity. We do also represent lightning, at least in Honkai Star Rail with the color purple. That's fine. I do think the bone/stitching motif on her clothing is rather interesting. I feel like that is unique and very specific, so that works for me. And I do think that her level of detail is like almost reasonable, which I don't always say for Hoyoverse characters. I think a lot of Hoyoverse characters can be very over-designed, but I don't think she has nearly as many extra bells and whistles that don't relate to concept as many others do. So I'm not as bothered by her level of detail. But having said all those things, I have some questions about her, and maybe my Honkai Star Rail experts here can tell me what's going on with this. So, why does she have a fire motif? Her element is lightning. And they talk about her as being lightning fast constantly. That is a very common descriptor for her. Her whole thing is speed, seemingly. Why is she covered in fire motifs? Is there a particular reason why they've gone with that instead of lightning? That is something that I found to be just very confusing. Not sure. Okay. I couldn't find anything on it. I was Googling it specifically and found nothing addressing it. So that is one thing just from like motif design that irks me in some way. Fire's Oni imagery, I think fire associates with hell or underworld. I guess, but I feel like we could have gone for lightning, or there's a way of making lightning look something like fire also. Like there could have been some way we split the difference there so that it relates more to her conceptually. Is the Japanese underworld fiery? I don't know. I think Ted is probably right that it is relating to the Oni imagery, but I just don't think that that makes enough sense here. I think that we could reshape the fire to feel a little bit more electric. We don't have to remove it entirely, but it could be a little bit more electric. I do also think that the fire is very cartoony for her character. When I look at her, I'm having thoughts of Guy Fieri in my mind. Like, it's feeling like NASCAR paint. It's so high contrast and cartoony in its shapes that it doesn't feel like it fits her serious nature as well as I may wish. Okay, I think that might be a confusing but cool idea. They may be traditional thunderclouds in Japanese painting, but it doesn't translate well. Ah, okay. So let me write that down. So I'm gonna make another one of these notes for plans. Make clouds read more like, or make motifs read as traditional thunderclouds. Bam. Thank you. Yeah, I don't think that it is reading well, but yeah, nihilistic Guy Fieri. I think that we need to make her fire motifs, even if they were to stay, more serious in their shape. They're rounded, they meander in a particular type of way, and they're really high contrast, all in ways that I don't think fit her or her personality, and it bugs me a bit. On top of that, I do think that some of the asymmetry feels forced and over the top. Don't get me wrong, I like asymmetry in designs, especially designs that are meant to feel somewhat unstable or chaotic. She is described as being very restrained. She prefers solitude, she's reserved. She seems to be somewhat, I don't know if blunt is the word, but like she doesn't talk very often. When she does speak, it's often somewhat philosophical, or like if she's going to use words, it's going to be worth listening to her when she does speak. And I feel like her clothing is a little bit still more unhinged than what I would expect from a character described that way. Especially her boots. Her boots are the same boot. I'm more willing to accept shoes if they're completely different, because then it just looks like you grabbed one shoe from one pair and one shoe from another pair and are just wearing them together. This is the same shoe, but in different heights for some reason. I don't know why. I don't know why we needed that asymmetry. I think the one sleeve element is still trying to be samurai or Ronin adjacent, so I can accept that. I just think that it's more exaggerated and it feels oddly modern in some way, but just the asymmetry isn't working for me right now. Her armor doesn't add to silhouette as much as it could. She's got this neat gauntlet on her one hand that covers her fingers. She's got some chains on it too, but they're not really doing anything for silhouette, and that's just a pet peeve of mine. If we're gonna spend the geometry on 3D modeling something for her to wear on this hand, make it impact the silhouette, please. We don't have to make it huge and chunky. We're emphasizing speed. We can still make it sleek, but it could just be a little bigger. I'm begging you, please, maybe. Please. Please. On top of my complaints about the outfit, I can just mention now, the whole shorts and crop top angle are always things that I will not be willing to accept from a character described as being reserved. I know that that is a trope. I know that that is a trope. There is a love for characters that are I'm so innocent, I'm shy, I'm reserved and quiet, but I'm dressing with 70 to 80% of the skin on my body showing while looking mildly uncomfortable about it. I know that that is appealing to a particular type of fan, and I know that's who they are targeting these designs
Wait,
at.
isn't
maybe.
the most important part of the law?
Hello.
In layman's term, is she's an agent of the God of Nihility, and she wants to end that God.
That is important, yes. That is important. She is an agent of that god, but she's working against him and wants to destroy him, essentially, sure. Sure, that is important, yes. She isn't shy, though. No, she isn't shy, but she is described as being reserved. Her personality is that she is reserved. She doesn't have a lot to say all the time. She seems to be quiet. She prefers solitude. It just doesn't necessarily make sense to me. I don't know. Looked up the river she's named after. In Homer's Odyssey, the river Phlegethon, the river of blazing fire, flows into the river Acheron in the Tartarus. That's the only flame thing I could find. Ah, I wonder if that is why there's a flame angle here. I still think that a connection to her name is probably not enough when there's too many other elements that are pointing us conceptually to lightning. But I can at least see that as being a reason why that may have been included. We can have our lightning feel somewhat fiery still, but it doesn't need to be. I don't know if that's enough of a reason. Yeah, it's kind of obscure. I don't think the average viewer or fan would know that. So I feel like, yeah, I don't know if it's necessary. She isn't exactly an agent of the Aeon. Yeah, she didn't choose the position. She just happened to survive it. Default turns her into an emanator and gave her the powers. Yeah, she was just strong enough by power of will that she didn't die from it, so that just essentially gives her the powers. And so she's working against that god because she doesn't want others to die the way she could have died and the way others she knew died. Yeah. Or essentially met their end. I don't know if they technically... Do they die? I don't know what the terminology used here is, but yeah. Yes. There's a lot of very particularities to her whole story, so I'm sorry if I goof up any of them. You are welcome to correct me. But, yeah. The shorts and crop top, I don't think work for me. Especially the way that she's wearing these shorts asymmetrically. Like, it's falling off on one side is kind of strange to me, too. I don't know. Don't know about that. And also, to fans, she looks too much like... I don't remember how her name is said. Sela? She looks too much like Sela. I had never looked at the those two characters next to each other until I was starting to prepare for today's design. And I can see it, but I'm actually not as bothered by it. I think Sela has a very specific color palette that differentiates them. I could see the complaints saying that Acheron just looks like an older version of her, but I feel like that one is actually a little bit, I don't know if I fully agree with that. I think that that does not have as much of a basis as the other critiques, but still at the same time, when we work on our redesign, we will be keeping in mind the idea that we should be maybe further distancing her from Zila as far as design goes. You know? Crop top and shorts matches Raph and other Galaxy Rangers. Maybe it's part of the disguise. Does Boot Hill also technically have a crop top on? Actually, I don't know if he technically wears a shirt. You might be right. That's actually a funny point to bring up. Maybe. One of Zila's issues is that they made her hair mainly blue tint and less black. Perhaps. When Acheron was first teased, only her backside was shown, and a lot of people mistook her as Zila. Ah, that's also interesting. Okay. So we will keep in mind the idea that we are trying to distance her from Zila visually. So, plans. Make the motifs read as traditionally painted thunderclouds. That's number 1. Number 2, fully commit to the samurai/ronin tropes, because she's saturated in them for some reason, and yet we have not really actually committed. Fellows who are more familiar with the lore than I am, would it be appropriate to bring in some of the Oni imagery? Or would that be something that the character might find to be, like, poor taste? Because it is something that is maybe, like, a sore spot for her. Would that be something that might make sense for her? Or would it be, yeah, something that would be poor taste, essentially, in relation to her lore? they do have Oni elements in her frequently in her XPs, as I have some of them down here. Her Oni aspects are more of a distant past at this point. Okay, that's fair. She has an Oni on her clothes. Does she? Does she? Does she? I'd move it from where it currently is. Where is it? Could be subtle nods. She has one on her sleeve. Oh, I was not aware of this. I didn't see it. On her sleeve, it's hidden. Okay, maybe subtle Oni imagery. Just subtle, just a little bit. I have a ref sheet on live suggestions. Thanks. Let me go grab some of those things real quick to see if I need any of them. Aha. Lance does have better images than I do of some things. Hang on, does this ref sheet have her base design? Oh, it does. Okay, hang on. Oh, I have to save it, which is helpful. Oh, no. I hate when Discord doesn't just let me copy-paste things. I don't know why it does it sometimes. Nope, not this one. Don't want that. Let me grab it. Let's see, is it visible on this ref sheet, though? Oh, it's on her sleeve. It's just on the long part of her sleeve that's over her shoulder. I can put this here. There we go. Let me do the worst shortcut known to mankind again. My Control-Shift-Alt-C. We're not redesigning this version of her either. We're gonna stick with just her purple form. Here's the Oni. He's just pattern work on her sleeve. That's fine. Honestly, the pattern work on her design doesn't bother me. That could stay mostly as is, and I would not complain about it too much here. Ah, and then this seems like this might be what the clouds are attempting to be. Let me put this over here with my motifs that I was collecting. I may have to rearrange this a little bit so that this fits. And I don't need it facing that way. There we go, okay. Grab that. I think I have these Honkai Star Rail skins or not skins, Honkai Impact battle suits already. Some of them at least. So the other thing that we should think of is the fact that there are other versions of her. Hang on, can I be petty and correct that XP isn't the proper term? What is the proper term? People kept calling her that when I was researching online. What is the proper term? What is the actual correct term? We prefer to use variants. We prefer to use variants. What do you mean? Why do we dislike the word XP? I don't even know what that word means. I just saw that it was what people were calling it frequently. Variance is a more proper term? Isn't that a Marvel term? I don't know. I'm not here to debate terminology, but if this is the more correct word for it based on this universe, that's fine. Because it's exported character and none of the Hoyo characters are that. Ah, okay. Sure. But this is the variant of this character in Honkai Impact 3rd. This is the design of hers that gives me psychic damage, but is still clearly in some capacity referencing samurai and or Ronin imagery from her hip armor, her shoulder armor, the armor on the backs of her arms. We've got designs that are more referential of Oni elements. I actually like this design a decent bit. We've got her Oni mask on top of her head. She still has hip armor. She's got her horns in this version. I grabbed this one even though this has nothing to do with any of the designs we're doing right now, but this is just another version of her battle suits from Impact 3rd. Here is Raiden Shogun from Genshin Impact, who just has too much pattern everywhere in her design, and also still a big sword. I think only Honkai Impact 3rd Spark will be an XP. So, here's a question. Does Sampo, when he is in Honkai Impact 3rd, count as an XP too then? Even though he's not a playable character. He's just a boss that they have exported from Honkai Star Rail and just planted in there. It's just the same person. Okay, so it doesn't even matter. Same person, not a different character. I feel like I fail to understand what an XP means then. I don't know what that is, but we're not here to debate terminology. We're here for character design. But yes, we've got some variants collected here. Let me see if I can grab just like one more of the variants Here's another Honkai Impact 3rd variant battle suit. I don't need her giant floating shields and her giant floating sword, though. We'll narrow your scope in a little bit. There we go. Let's see. Anything else that was in here, maybe? Already have those ones. That seems fine. Okay. That should be good for now from this. Next piece, like Anya from Spy X Family, where her design is based on a previous character from the author's previous work. Oh, so is that like the Axel Reno situation in Final Fantasy VII and in Kingdom Hearts, where they are sort of, I actually forget what order it goes in. I think Axel is somewhat based on Reno, if I remember correctly? But they're not the same character. It's just that one inspired the other and they're created by the same artist. They're not in the same franchise technically, but they're still created by the same company. Is that what it is? That's out of my knowledge. It's okay. Close enough. We'll figure it out someday. But yeah, it sounds like that may be the usage for that term. Fryologi, thank you for following. I appreciate it. So, okay, we have the variants. Honkai Impact 3rd is a much more, I would say, like sci-fi inspired angle for this character, and Genshin Impact is a much more historic fantasy setting. While the Honkai Impact characters are still a little bit sci-fi and techwear-esque, they do still incorporate a good bit of historic fantasy related clothing, so we'll end up sort of, I guess, splitting the difference between these two types of styles here. Space fantasy is a good way to describe Honkai Star Rail. Yeah, that seems appropriate. So, we've grabbed all those things. I grabbed her concept art because I thought some of this was actually interesting. I feel like there's definitely some elements of these that I wish would have stuck around. Like, this jacket having a tassel on one side feels like a nice element of asymmetry that doesn't feel as shoed in, and it adds something to her silhouette that would benefit her, because for all intents and purposes, I feel like her silhouette isn't that fantastic. And I know it's partially the fault of the fact that I think that a lot of the Hoyoverse 3D models look like wet dogs. They just like put everything in physics simulation and don't have any posed bones at all, so her cape that has a lot of character to it here and adds a lot to her silhouette in-game is just like limp and flat and doesn't actually have negative space between it. It's disappointing just a little bit, but we can do something about that. Yeah, so I thought there were some interesting things happening here maybe. I just wanted to show that when we had done our tier list before, she wasn't even actually in my psychic damage tier, she's in my thumbs down tier. I can't even remember half of these characters even exist. This one I think is the worst designed character in this game, and I didn't want to redesign her because I don't know if anyone particularly cares about her. So I don't know why I would redesign her. I want to redesign characters that people care about in some capacity, that have story that is related to them and is important and people enjoy. If people really want, I could come back for her, but a mess. No idea, Donald Duck's the most powerful black mage in Final Fantasy. That's true! That's true. A lot of people like Seela, but yeah, she's not super important overall. Yeah, Jade, I think is what this one's name is? Not super important, I don't think, but I could redesign her, I guess. Serval also gives me psychic damage. People were very disappointed by this design, if I remember correctly. Sunday, I guess I have to remove from this because Joby thinks he's fine, even though I don't. This is Astra? She's early in the game also. I don't remember her very well. Natasha, I think, just doesn't make sense in the way they designed her for what her concept is. Bronya, I don't think is as egregious as I once did, having spent more time with her character, but they still could have done better. But anyways, Acheron is not really psychic damage inducing, she's just kind of disappointing. Jade's more important because of her faction, but she's appeared even less than Seela. Oh, okay. Well, someday if we come back for more redesigns, we'll maybe come back for them. But those are all the elements I prepared over there. Here, I've just grabbed some starting inspirational bits. We're going to expand upon this further, though. I think that we can do something slightly more interesting with her hair, because for what it's worth, her hair does do something interesting for her silhouette, but having seen some of the alternate hairstyles she's had in other parts of the MiHoYo-verse, I'm a little disappointed by it. Like, one of my favorite parts about Raiden Shogun's design is probably her hair. I think that the long braid feels very professional for her. There's some nice asymmetry to it. There's some whimsy with the way that, you know, some of these pieces are breaking away and creating nice negative space pockets. Like, I feel like that works pretty well. For Honkai Impact 3rd, she wears her hair in a ponytail sometimes, which is an interesting difference. And she's got this little braid that comes over her shoulder. I feel like we could have done something more with her hair. I feel like there's something missing. Maybe it's just texture-wise. Her hair down is reminiscent of Mei and Time Skip. Yeah, is that what this one is? I think it is meant to be that, but if that's the case, we could have still done more to differentiate her. We don't need to just copy-paste this hair over. I don't think anyone's gonna have an issue recognizing that this character and this character have some sort of relationship, or are visually related in some capacity. So, for her hair, I was just thinking about adding more little bits of like whimsy that break out past the full shape. I was thinking about hair texture also. She does have that bit of hair that cascades over her shoulder, and I was wondering if giving it a little bit of like spin or something might be interesting, or like having bits that sort of stick out a little bit more. I feel like that could be interesting, or like if her hair like comes in around her face a little bit more, that might help to also reinforce the sort of like reserved nature or the restrained nature of her. And I feel like her bangs might benefit from being a little bit more piecey, you know? I also have electric hair Miku here because I was thinking in the back of my mind about maybe changing her little hair highlights she has to be a little bit more jagged or something. Or if her Hoge had like some sort of like zigzag to it that made it sharper, more dangerous feeling, but then also more related to lightning. I don't know. Because I think the other reason people were complaining about her looking too similar to Zila is that her hair silhouette is still pretty similar to Zila. And we could modify that. We could make it so that it's not the case. So I was thinking about her hair. For her motifs, I would like to change them to be more fire related. Now having seen the sort of like smoke clouds and like thunder clouds intention, I feel like we may be able to do something with this more effectively. And even if we don't, some of these elements like this could be made to feel like both lightning and fire, you know? I'm gonna stand here right in the way, and I'm gonna keep explaining things to you as if you can see them, and you're just gonna have to tolerate it. It's gonna be okay. You did this to yourself, so you will now suffer the consequences. You wanted to see what I'm working on? Haha, joke's on you. No, never. You don't need to see anything, because, the design is going to happen whether you want it to or not, and you'll catch up at some point. Have her hair sticking straight up because of static? No! But, like, we could maybe give her just, like, a little bit more of, like, Studio Ghibli, she's upset, and therefore her hair is, like, sticking out, and then, like, wrapping back under. Because she has a little bit of that already. I just think we could do more. Just a little more, you know? Ad break's on anyway. That's fair. I'm gonna take a sip of my beverage in the meantime, then. I'll just stand here menacingly until everyone returns, and I will drink my beverage, and everything will be okay. Hi, Manzana. Hi, Angel Katie. Hi, Mad Buns. And Jagrama, who were also here. E.g. in the way. Nope, I am the way, in case you were wondering. I am the way. My way or the highway. This is my stream. Hi, Ree. Let me take a sippy here. You know what's terrible? I'm still drinking coffee. Never in my life have I ever drank coffee out of any necessity ever before, and this was almost like a point of bragging for me for a long time, where I was like, I made it through grad school without drinking coffee! Ah! I'm caffeine sensitive. Also, I'm pretty good at being awake and managing my sleep schedule, but man, I just like haven't recovered from Otakon over the weekend. I think I am getting a little bit of con crud. I've been super duper max dosing myself on zinc lozenges because those usually manage to make it so that I don't get quite as sick, and so that I'm not as sick for as long, maybe. But I think that's part of why I'm feeling sleepy, and I think I just overdid it a little bit, but this is day 3 of me drinking a small amount of coffee every day. Strange. Anyways, but coffee good? Debatable. Oh wait, hang on, you reminded me, I have to check on my horse. Oh, she's done. She cooked. No! No! I'm cooking my horses in the background. I'm trying to make a better stamina parent. And I don't have a better stamina parent. I don't have a 9-star stamina parent in Uma Musume, and I want one. And I'm trying to fix it. So I'm building an evil McQueen right now, and she just gets only white skills, and we beg and pray that she'll get more stamina stars. Please, 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 just take everything. Everything. We'll take a little bit of everything. Yeah, impromptu Uma cooking. We gotta take a minor break here. And she also, for some reason, has, like, only front skills, and I don't know why that keeps happening. Oh, wow, I actually used everything. Hang on, get rid of that. I have a late Surger skill, don't need that. I would rather take that, and can I afford 1 green, maybe? Yes, I can. Cloudy days it is. Bam! Look at that. Perfect! Perfect, perfect, perfect. Perfect, perfect, perfect. Me who got that 9-star stamina frontrunner parent. I have 2 9-star power parents, and they're beautiful, fantastic, everything I could ever want and more. My 9-star stamina parent that I have right now sucks. There's no white skills anywhere. Her personal skill and the aptitude are both 1 star, and none of the skills from the parents are worthwhile. There's just not a good chain, so I'm trying to first get a grandparent that is good, and then I'm gonna get parents that are good hopefully at some point here. But yeah, Uma Musume jump scare real quick. No! Recover your stamina. Reroll. Come on. Reroll. It'll be okay. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Ugh. This has gone terribly. I got 3-star Wit Spark, and I've gotten 2 3-star Guts Sparks. And it has not been fun. None of this is worthwhile. These are only 2 stars. Terrible, horrible, evil McQueen. You were 7 away from increasing your chances of being 3-star for that Speed Spark. Come on. Pace Chaser Stam Parent, Late Surger Stam Parent, End Closer Stam Parent, Front Runner Stam Parent. That's a lot. Make the Stam Parent, on your run style. Yeah! I'm supposed to be building pace/front right now, because that's what I usually am running. And she's mostly only getting front skills right now for some reason. I'm working on it. Can reroll sparks now? Yeah, it's great, and it's auto running. You don't even have to do it. Which all I've done for the last week is just do parent runs. And by do parent runs, I mean auto run. This auto run is so good, I can finish the entire event rewards. Yeah, I think I finished the event rewards in 3 days, which was crazy, but watch, it takes me 30 seconds to set this up. Bam, give me that. Go. Yes, I need 1 more TP, that's fine. I will never spend any of my beloved chocolate, you can't make me. Yeah, that's good, recover that, yup. Start that. Run every single medium long you possibly can, that's a G1, and go. We can get the rainbow SSR fragments. I did get one, and there she goes. Now she's ready, and now we go back to what we were doing. Bam! Lock back in! So, now we're back. We talked about hair, we talked about changing the motif. Armor! She is lightly armored right now. She does have a gauntlet on one side, and she has, almost a pauldron on the other side. So I was trying to think about how we could exaggerate her armor a little bit, while not making it feel too, overwhelming or chunky. And I feel like there might be something we can do with giving her elements that feel both slightly armored or, dangerous or aggressive, while also maybe, jewelry. So that way they aren't becoming something that's too heavy, chunky, or isn't going to weigh her down too much, you know? So here I was thinking about if she had maybe 1 gauntlet on 1 arm, maybe. I saw this very elegant armor design here and was okay, maybe we can think about that a little bit. And then, clothes. I'm gonna run as many G1s as possible for affinity. Yeah, I've just found that the auto trainer, once I start going more than I try not to go over 20, because as soon as I start going over 20, I get diminishing returns on stat lines, and that starts impacting what I think is my ability to get the sparks I want. I'm not too stressed about it. I haven't had any trouble having enough affinity ever before. I've never had affinity issue. Run Unity for parent, but then I don't hit all my goals. I'm not hitting stat line I want. What I'm doing right now seems to be working well enough. I'm hitting all of my stat lines most of the time pretty well. When I do Unity, I usually end up with a couple categories that don't hit 600, and it's just annoying, so I'm not worried about it. Also, I get way more skill points, so hang on, we gotta focus. We're Uma mind. We gotta come back to Honkai Star Rail. Honkai Star Rail, Honkai Star Rail. I see Espa on your mood board? Is that... Where do you see Espa on my mood board? Where is that? Is that who this is? Isn't that a K-pop group? Isn't that a K-pop group? Where would that be? Where is that on my mood board? The pants and clothing are from Espa's anime characters. Really? Interesting. Yeah, I know they're K-pop. The pants, these ones? Ha! Intriguing. Okay. Anyway, so in clothing, I was looking at samurai and like Ronin style designs, trying to find things that look like they could still be speed related. The purple ones, these ones? Okay. Things that feel like they could be speed-ish related. One-sleeved elements. I feel like this upper body may be a very effective reference for us because this is more or less the proportioning that her outfit already has. You know, she's one big sleeve on one side, she has her arm covered on the other side with something of a little bit of a gauntlet, and then, call me crazy, maybe, but I feel like there's a way we could keep the shorts, because I feel like that does help to put her design a little bit more into the, like, space fantasy, slightly science fiction inspired angle than just wearing straight up like hakama pants or like traditionally styled pants would. Crazy, maybe crazy. And we don't have to pair them with boots. We could pair them with something that's a little bit more like socks and sandals or something that doesn't feel quite as stomp-y because those don't feel quite as sleek. But I feel like this may be an okay way to sort of make ends meet between we want her character to show some skin for fans because we are, you know, trying to appeal in a certain way, while also still making it almost makes sense visually in some capacity, and then we can still give her the silhouette that would make sense for someone who is a samurai or a ronin, you know? It's the wrong culture, but there were gladiators that were outfitted for speed and agility that might be good reference for light armor placement. That's true. We can take references from different areas around the world. That's why I have some European or like tech armor in here also, but that would not be a bad idea to grab for references. Crazy? I was crazy once. I wasn't just crazy once. I think I was crazy twice or maybe 3 times. Driving me crazy. You think I'm crazy. So now we head into the Pinterest mines because I don't know if I actually have enough right now. I saw somebody also say lightning scars. I like the way you're thinking because she does also have some like injuries. And I'm not sure what the basis of those injuries are, but she has bandages on her upper arm and on her leg here. And I feel like something that feels like a scar that is like this skeletal pattern or maybe like a lightning shaped scar could be interesting. Scars and ways the body is damaged can be good character moments sometimes, you know? Is her world's apocalypse even lightning? I don't know. Spine jewelry made me think of them? Yeah, that's a clever idea. But yeah, let's see. Let me go into the Pinterest. I feel like I can look up some more Ronin style designs to get better proportioning elements. And I do think we're gonna end up keeping her top somewhat similar to how it is now, just maybe a little bit more traditional. The fact that this tucks under her chest is also something that drives me nuts. Where does it go? Where does it go? How does it stay on that side of her body? Where is it going? On the 3D model, it probably just stops under there. One of my characters is made out of scars, like 80%. Coolest naked design I've ever been able to do. That is a cool way of making a character interesting when they aren't wearing as many layers, you know? Izuma, where she's from, had a lot of thunderstorms. Ah, they used tassels to bind sharp blades into their belts. Maybe you can use that. Hang on. Who did? The people that or the place she used to live, perhaps? Used tassels to bind sharp blades to belts? Okay, tassels maybe. Maybe. Izuma was really close to the black hole, which they mistook for the sun. Ah, also Override, thank you for following, I appreciate it. She's too pale for this to show, but if she wasn't, lightning scars would be cool. There's different types of scarring, though. You can have scars that, like, are deep, so we could have them, like, inset into her skin where they're sort of casting a shadow. I could also make her not as pale. I can give her a little bit more blood flow. Maybe. It's possible. I can edit her skin tone a little bit if it makes it easier for us to see something like that. I will also take a sip of my beverage. Some of the scars look pale or dark gray. Most of the scars I have are pretty, like, purplish on my skin, or like one of them's a little bit brownish. I've got a lot of scars on my legs, and like mine aren't light colored. Mine are usually pretty dark. Scars are pink for a long time. Yeah. What happened to her old Oni horns when she became human? Maybe you could do something interesting with them. Oh, interesting. I wonder if that would be a good place to put these white streaks, as if they related to where her horns used to be. Because that is a thing that can happen. When you have something that disrupts your follicles on your head, your hair can grow back white in those areas. So if her temples were where the horns, pushed through her head, maybe it destroyed the follicles on that part of her scalp, and when her hair came back, it was white. And I'm saying this because, and I know it's a thing because Fungi Father has that. Fungi Father got hit in the head when he was a kid, like right along his part line, and now he just has all this like white to blonde hair that is just like right along that edge that he's had ever since. She's very little white in her hair. I'm not against her having more. Yeah, hang on, maybe that could be a good angle. Let's see. White hair, where, Oni horns used to be. I like this. We're sort of extrapolating parts of her lore, or not really extrapolating, but we're trying to find ways to apply elements of her lore that would be practical almost. Like, what effects her past had on the way she looks now. She's not an Oni anymore, but giving her the round style brows would be cool. What do you mean by round style brows? I feel like that might make her too friendly. No, not onion browser. Excuse you. It said absolutely not. We will not show you that. Oh, Oni have brows that are a little bit more like, this will be a spoiler, but like their brows are like that. So if, instead of her brows being sort of flat, she would have brows that are a little bit more like that. I don't hate that as an idea. I don't hate that. Here we can see the pose I prepared for her. I'm so sad. I drew a pose that I liked better, but it covered her arm too much, and I couldn't find a way to naturally not cover too much of her body. We may actually end up using this still though, but I think this just lets us see more of her body effectively, which is fine. Could do a pronounced brow ridge, but that might be too much. We'll see. Thicker brows look good on her. Okay, maybe. Let me grab that out of live suggestions and I will stick that in here if you sent it. Oh, I see the Espa outfit that the pants were a part of. Wait, that's so funny. Oh, and they have like fire iconography too. Yeah, let me grab this for the eyebrows. Actually, wait, I'm gonna grab this, because this is a mask that has that on it. Hang on. I guess I'll put that with hair. Where is the image? There we go. Little sort of rounded eyebrows. Crop this. Yoink. I don't need the rest of your face. Oh, do Oni also have horns that come out of their mouth too? Because I wonder if having like scars around her mouth might make sense from it too. Hang on, we'll leave that there. This isn't like a super traditional Oni mask, I don't think, but it does have some ideas. Those are tusks. Yeah, sorry. That would be the better word for it, but maybe tusk scars? I need to leave them note of preserve some thigh. Because as much as I would love to just put her in pants, I feel like that's a cop-out. I feel like that's a cop-out. I feel like we can work with some of the elements that we still have here to make them work instead of fully overwriting them or removing them. They're sometimes depicted with tusks and kabuki masks. She didn't have those. If we're redesigning her, we can ignore the fact that she didn't have those. We can say that for us, she did. Because why not? Tucks are more of the teeth variety, so they wouldn't leave scars. But if they pushed past her lips, like rather suddenly, they may have like cut into her skin, you know? Maybe? I'll just add more question marks. Yeah. Is this Pure Ref you're using for the notes? Yeah, this is Pure Ref! Pure Ref is like my favorite thing ever from when I'm trying to work on any type of character design project. I can write all my notes in here. There's an ability where you can draw over things too that I don't tend to use a lot, but like I can like point at things if I want to, or like circle elements, which is nice. And, like you can change your colors and do a bunch of stuff with that. Go back to, well, I don't want to be doing drawing anymore. But yeah, there's a lot of really nice functions in this app that I use frequently. Because the other nice thing is that it keeps everything vectorized. That's not a good example. That didn't have high resolution, but like I can make anything huge or really, really tiny and it doesn't lose resolution ever. It's nice. I like Pure Ref. Piercings in a Hoyo game? I don't think so. It'd be cool though. Oh yeah, I don't think they would go for face piercings, unfortunately. But it would be cool if they did. I am still trying to keep this somewhat within the realm of things that I may expect them to do. I don't want to throw out their design philosophies. I want to stick to some amount of their design philosophies. Hang on, where was I? Pinterest. I was going to Pinterest. What if the bandages are hiding not scars, but remnants of oni-colored skin, and her other form red spreads over her skin there? Ah, that could be interesting. And maybe we could see a little bit of that peeking out. Not a bad idea, not a bad idea. Let me see if I can find more clothing that speaks to us in terms of depicting these angles. We've got a samurai thing here. I don't think I looked for any Ronin stuff in particular. The Chinese game, you're not going to see piercings. It's a cultural thing. That's fair, but they're still cool. They'd still be cool to have anyway. I have this fella already. You know what? Tassels at the end of sleeves are kind of neat too. I might grab that. Also, I'd need to do something and not open these. I need to middle click instead of clicking to open stuff, because then I won't scroll all the way back down. Because Pinterest is being a butt when it comes to scrolling right now, and I don't know why, because it didn't used to be that way. There we go. Okay. Got that. Let's see. If you guys have any other ideas, also, you are welcome to shout them out, because we are kind of like, not to say crowdsourcing, but I'm almost in some ways still crowdsourcing ideas for it. Like, there's something interesting about the shape of this. Let me open that. Oh, and that's also already an Oni as well. It's an interesting hat and jacket, but I don't know if that makes sense for what we're doing. I'll just look through things for a little bit. Ah! I'm shouting! That's fine. Go ahead. You can shout things out. You can shout louder if you want. If you look specifically at techwear, I grabbed something that was techwear inspired, that was both techwear and like samurai / Ronin inspired. You know what, actually? I think I might even have a really interesting ref for this. Hang on. I found an artist who did a series of drawings that were like luxury brand ex-samurai or like Japanese historical fashion shapes, which was really interesting. Let me see if I can figure out where I saved those in a second. I may have put them in my athletic folder in here, or I may have put them in my... I don't know if I put them in Samurai. Let me see. Oh yeah, wait, it's this artist where they've sort of added techwear elements to these designs. So do you see, like, we've got like a more modern style belt and modern style pattern work. Modern belts, more modern skirt with the pleating. This artist is really neat. So maybe I'll grab these and put them in here also. I can put it down here. There's a better one than this though. There's one that's like Adidas and feels more athletic and like kind of sleek. I wonder if I can put it somewhere else. Oh, past EG. Why would you do this? Thinking the armor on her hand probably should be extended, very demon-like. Have one arm armored and somewhat spiky, with the other one has long flowing sleeve. Yeah, we're gonna give some visual, maybe duality here, where she has a sharper, more aggressive side, and then a more, like a softer, more like free-flowing, slightly elegant side. We can show both of those things perhaps in the design. Oh no, where did I save that? Oh, and I thought this was interesting too. I grabbed this. This is I'm feeling like a very modern take on Japanese historic clothing, just because of the pattern work, but sometimes all it takes to modernize something is patterns. Now, where the hell did I save that? Oh no, did I put it in techwear? I feel like I didn't. Damn it, maybe I did. Maybe it is in here. Oh, it is. Nope, this one. Yeah! Oh, the stripes up the sleeve are interesting. The sweatpants? Hang on, we'll grab this. I think there's more where these came from also, but these may be decent references to bring with me. But we can look at more just like techwear inspired clothing. Boy, have I looked at a lot of techwear clothing designing VTubers though. This is that famous dress-up game people love referencing but never played nor knew the name of? What is? What is this? This is? Which one? What are you talking about? Or do you mean the one that I was looking at the reference of before? The one that... Do I have any in this folder? No, none of these ones. Wait, no, this one. Are you talking about this? This style of body? I can tell you what it is. I love this one. This is Kokapa Play. I love Kokapa Play for reference for character design. It's so good. I will spell it for you. It's C-O-C-O-P-P-A-P-L-A-Y. It's kind of a stupid gacha game, but there is a lot of really good and interesting outfit design in it. It's so stylish. They have the most creative hairstyles on planet Earth in that game. Where's my hair folder? My hair folder on here is like 80% Kokapa Play. Yeah, it is gacha. I don't think it is a game that is worth playing, unfortunately, because it's gacha and it is like a super predatory, not at all free to play type of gacha game. I played it, yeah, 2015 player, let me tell you, I played it from, I think, 2014 all the way until almost 2020. And then they changed a bunch of their systems for it, where like some of the tickets that you could use for like free that they gave out, that if you just like saved up for a long time you could get, just like wouldn't let you get certain items anymore. And it just like lost all of its allure after that, because you couldn't really do well in any of the events anymore if you were free to play. It just became really hostile to free to play players, which is really sad. But the designs in that game are incredible, and I don't want that game to stop existing because the character designers for it are fantastic. But like, my eyes folder is like 80% eyes from that game because there's so many cute and clever things. I saw this eye and I was like, wait, who does this look like? Whose style of eyeball does that remind you of? Oh my god, wait, this one's even more so. Is that just my eye? Huh? I don't think they stole my eye design. I had not seen these before I designed my eyes. Interesting. Twinsies. Were it not for the highlight position being somewhat different, I would think that they may have referenced me? Because I did release a pack of eyes that were for Vroid a long time ago that is based on the textures I use for my eyes. And this is one of the color palettes it contained also. It was like a purple, pink, green one too. It'd be wild if somehow the game inspired me and I inspired the game. Maybe I'm being too big, maybe I'm being too egotistical about that, but that's wild. That's crazy. Crazy. I should use Pinterest again. I have a very strong love-hate relationship with Pinterest. Oh wait, techwear. We were trying to look for more techwear inspiration, and I got distracted. So techwear inherently usually has lots of plasticky materials, lots of belts, lots of black and white elements, and it usually feels somewhat sporty. So how would I work that into Raiden Shogun's design? I think that they are not Raiden Shogun, wrong Raiden, wrong, Acheron. I know her name is still technically Raiden Mei some way, somehow, but wrong. How do I work that into her design? I think they were on the right track. I do think giving her like a modern collar on her attire is a useful way of doing that. I just don't know if it's the full solution. Maybe I just need to give her a somewhat modern belt with it. Like, I feel like we don't have to get too sci-fi tech inspired, but if we just modernize some of the shapes, that might be enough. Acheron's name is literally Raiden Bozen Mori Mei. Yep, exactly. I see. Correct either way. But if I call her Raiden Shogun, that's wrong. That's just a different character. That is entirely someone else. Let me see, do they have any more suggestions for this? You know what drives me nuts is when they show me that bar that says more suggestions, and then when I click in to see more suggestions, they don't show me the same ones that were in the preview, because there's usually one in the preview that I want, and then they don't give it to me, unfortunately. Just so mean and evil of them. Does any of this feel like something I might use? I don't know. The high-waistedness of this is kind of interesting, though. I'll pop that open in another tab for later, maybe? Technically, Raiden Shogun is 2 people? What do you mean Raiden Shogun is 2 people? How is she 2 people? She's 1 person. Or are you saying there's 2 different characters called that? Huh? Shimenawa, the paper is called Shide and represents lightning. Interesting. Also, hi, Laibula. Meow meow. Hi. There's a twin sister? No, Raiden Shogun is Raiden A? Oh god. Oh god. The lore is ever complicated, and I will continually get lost, and that's just the way it is. Hey, look, that's funny, there she is! We're looking through techwear, and here is a Raiden Mei. You can go into my folder, maybe. She's watching me. She's keeping an eye on me forever. The fact that I recognize her, you should all be proud of me for. I know that outfit. I've seen that outfit before. I know who that is. Oh, and here's Suisei. Not wearing something at all techwear-like. Sometimes Pinterest isn't really good at figuring out what I want, though. Raiden Shogun has an alter ego type of situation going on, I think. Girl has a complicated everything going on. She really should work on consolidating who she is as a person. I think that would do wonders for her health, probably. I think they mean the playable Raiden is a puppet controlled by the spirit that lives in her blade. Oh, good god. Forgot about the doll. Oh, lordy. There's a lot going on with her. This is the guys from, what's it called? Plave. These are the fellas from the virtual K-pop group. I love seeing random things I know what are from on Pinterest. That's a Genshin character, I think, also. But just wearing something else. Although, actually, I kind of like the proportioning of that clothing. That's fine. Sorry, bringing up Genshin lore. I was just being silly. Oh no, you are so good. Do not worry about it. I am not bothered. But it really does make my head spin just a little bit. Anytime anyone ever complains about Kingdom Hearts lore being complicated, I should really be redirecting them to something else. Because I can concisely explain the entirety of Kingdom Hearts without any issue. at all. I can do that. It's not that bad. Just pay attention to the game and it will make sense. It will be okay. But Genshin seems like a lot to keep up with, though. Pinterest in light mode? Sorry, I'm judging. I have to use Pinterest in light mode because if I use it in dark mode, I end up not being able to distinguish the edges of things properly. I had a bad time using it in dark mode. This is a character from Genshin Impact. I know that haircut, but not that outfit. This is the guy with the big hat, I think. This has just become me scrolling through references and pointing out characters I know, instead of me finding references that are helpful. This looks like Fulgrovid if he was a ranger, and I don't think that's who that is. I don't think Fuchan had that. That might be another gacha character for something else. Don't know. Send some Espa refs and live suggestions since they have good techwear. Ah, that's a good idea. You know what? Do you know who I need to start looking at more frequently for finding techwear clothing inspirations? Is probably a lot of K-pop. K-pop stylists sometimes are really, really good. Sometimes they're really, really good at what they do, and they end up doing some very interesting things with layering and texture and pattern work and color in unexpected ways. The silhouettes of the outfits they make can be fantastic. I don't know if that's going to be relevant or useful for making her, but at least if Espa has a techwear concept or like techwear style overall, they may be good for this. Hang on, let me grab these ones. I wanted her because the way that they've still split the top underneath might be good to keep. Or also having some sort of bracelet might not be a bad idea. Plop this in. Fuchan? Yeah! Fuchan. Fulgrovid, yeah. I used to listen to him when I would work. Once upon a time. And I say when I would work. He was one of the VTubers I used to listen to when I was doing my tech hours when I was in grad school. Which, let me tell you a dangerous thing. Listening to VTubers while you're doing your tech hours. I was overseeing the printmaking studio I worked in, and God, was it boring most of the time because students almost never came in. And also, I didn't have headphones, so I'd be in my little studio, tippity-typing on my laptop while someone is playing some miscellaneous goofy game. That man played some strange stuff sometimes. And by strange, I mean types of things you would not associate EG with listening to. It was just chill listening to him, you know? But either way, careful listening to VTubers in public. I feel like I'm probably pretty safe, but not a lot of fellas are. His name was Hat Guy, no joke. Oh, Wanderer! Yeah, that's guy. That's who the guy I saw was. Wanderer is also related to Raiden. He can be an inspiration if you're out of options. Oh, because he's like a wandering... Oh, he also has similar tropes. He's more of like a wandering like monk, maybe, than a samurai, if I remember correctly. But yeah. Interesting. Noted. Maybe. Seeing Pinterest in light mode is disorienting. Fine, I can put it in dark mode if it would make you feel better. Is it over here? Actually, I don't remember how to do it. Is it in here? Settings. I don't even remember how to do it. I had it changed and I don't remember how to change it back. Sorry, you'll have to tolerate it because I'm not going into my settings in case it gives you any details about my account because I don't actually know what it might contain. Grab this. Maybe we can give her like a buckle around something or like taller boots. We can make her shorts maybe high-waisted and tuck her shirt into it or something. We'll see. We'll see. My Pinterest is stuck in light mode? What do you mean stuck? As in like broken? Did you break your Pinterest? I don't need any of the edges of this though. Please crop. What? Those gloves are interesting though. Maybe I'll keep that. Okay. Bam. Didn't want to spend much time searching for references, yet here we are. Hey, we're only an hour and a half into stream. Last time we spent over 2 hours looking for references, so we may be about good to call it for this. Is there anything that you guys think I'm missing as far as depicting her character would go, or that you think would be a good idea to consider as we try and flesh out her character? Because otherwise I'm going to set up my references to be like this essentially, so I can see all of these before we get started. Sword design. I'm going to design her sword probably at the end, after I've already figured out what I want her motifs to be. I find weapon design to be sort of like relaxing and easy after I have designed a whole character, because I just sort of end up going blip, blop, bleep, blop, and just grabbing things from the character and sort of extrapolating them into a weapon. But we could grab references for that if we want. More bones, sure. We can make her armor more bone-like. I will say, my Pinterest board for bone-like elements is kind of lacking, unfortunately. I was trying to add more to it, but there's like not a lot of design I could find that had interesting things happening as far as bones go. Like, that's kind of diabolical and intense. These are kind of interesting as like a belt, but I already have the spine design, which might be fine. Spine design's fine. I think some of this is accidentally AI nonsense. Like, I think that probably is, and that probably is. We'll see. We'll think about it. This was cool, but also much too big. Like snake bones, snake-like motifs in our OG design. Do we still include that? I might want to keep that. I thought they were interesting. They also feel like stitching or like scars or injuries. So I'm not against those sticking around in it. Let me see the other references that were sent. Oh, we got some more clothing, maybe. Misa Maru clothing design. Oh, that's interesting. Those have shapes that are somewhat samurai-like. Espa images are CGI, not AI. Ah, okay. Whoa! These are kind of crazy outfits. Although, you know what? The top design here might be something as like an underlayer. I don't know about anything that's happening from the waist down here for our lovely Acheron, but like, there might be something in this shirt. Maybe. For like an underneath layer on one side. It's a little too big. Let's see. What are the other ones? Interesting asymmetry with their shorts. Boots are kind of crazy. Whoa. These are interesting outfits. Oh, the armor is like super futuristic. That's kind of crazy. I may want to stick more bone-like for the armor, but like that is so sci-fi-y. That's interesting. Okay, let's see. Yeah, spicy. Rather spicy. Somewhat similar to the way her design already is a little bit, but there we go. Let me just condense all of this so I can see it all at once while I start trying to design, and then we will be off to the races. I don't know if I need all these labels in here anymore, but that's fine. Tuck that in there. Okay, that's probably fine. Let me... I think I have to move all of you over here, so that way I can move my references over here, because if I have to look somewhere unusual for my references, I simply won't. And now I will transition us to the other room so we can just draw. It is art time, and it's only an hour and a half in. There we go. One of these days, volleyball will do something positive for me. But that day is not today. Hi, Cannibal! I want you new up playing Pokemon White. Have fun. I hope you enjoy your Pokeballin'. Record time, I know. Also, be proud of me. I'm changing the stream category, and you didn't even have to tell me. I'm getting better at this whole streaming thing. It only took me 2 years to do it, but I'm figuring it out. I'm figuring it out. Let me turn this off. I do want to make the edit to her eyebrows, though, before I forget them, because that will probably be kind of nice. I would like some eyebrow edit. Also, hi, Kit. Let me see. We'll zoom you in real close. I do think that the little, like, chunky, rounded brows are probably good for her. I feel like there's more character to that type of eyebrow. Also, I get that I'm drawing both of them, and one will probably be covered, but, like, just bear with me. It'll be okay. Honestly, they could probably sit a little bit lower, too. Make her look nice and intense. Okay. So, that's the eyebrow edit. Now, we're going to do some block out. And I showed you guys how I do my block out before, which is kind of awful. I just end up usually just making shapes with a color that's somewhat translucent. And I'm gonna use my lasso tool today. I wasn't really using it before. I'm trying to be better at it. So, I think I'm trying to decide which way I want to draw her, what side I want the long sleeve on, because I could put it on this side if I wanted to keep her current sleeve shape, and we could give her like the tassel at the end of it, and then the sleeve still is up here, and then like maybe it hangs off of her body a little bit on the one side. Hang on, I don't want it to be that far up over her shoulder though, because then we could have, you know, if she does still have that piece of armor on this side, I feel like that would be okay, but I feel like we need to design her something more interesting as like a pauldron to wear over here. Also, this shape of armor, if she were to raise her arm up, this would stab her in the head or in the neck, and that's just impractical. We have to design the shape of this to be something that she could wear and wouldn't injure her, probably. So that's an important note to make. I don't think I want her other arm to be in the same type of sleeve as it was before. But I do still think putting it in some kind of sleeve is not a bad idea. So we could still give her something cut out. That one design I'd looked at had some sort of like partially like fingerless glove thing happening that was interesting. So like maybe we could do like a glove that covers some of her fingers but not all of them, and then we could put, oh wait, if I'm gonna give her some sort of like scary pauldron, maybe this would be the hand to put a glove on. That's gonna be like sort of like shaped like this, because I feel like this is a very techwear shaped glove. Let me give myself another layer so I can put like a trim on this so I can see what's going on. I know that there's brushes I can use for this that have like opacity on them, so that way I could just layer them more naturally. But I found that when I do that, I don't tend to just sketch shapes completely. I'm not very good at that. Or not I'm very good at that. I like to add things just like over time. So I don't like being restrained by that. She builds her sword on her right hand, if that helps. The magic of all of this is that I can just say, I can just horizontally reverse this at some point if I want to. So we can make her sword on the correct side just by reversing the whole image. Which hand is she currently using as her sword hand? You're saying right as in this hand? This is her right hand, technically. That hand is what she uses for the sword? I guess that would make sense if it's over... Oh, wait, no. When you draw a sword, you draw from the opposite side. The scabbard is on her left and she draws with her right. So the scabbard's over here, and she draws with this hand. We don't want the sleeve to be on her sword hand, though. I've created a conundrum here, because that would dictate that I would need to make the longer sleeve on this side. Which isn't the end of the world, but I feel like that doesn't allow me to flesh out her shoulder element as well as I would like to, probably. I guess that's okay. And I could put her sleeve on the other side of her swords, but I can see why her sleeve often ends up not being super visible. Time to spin. What if her longer sleeve was ripped from the sword? I don't know if I want to injure her or do that. Move the swords. The arm pose I have for her is supposed to be related to the swords, so if I move them to the other hip, this hand suddenly doesn't make sense, because we wouldn't know what she's doing with it. This hand is supposed to be like placed over the hilt of the sword almost. So I think we might just end up having her be this way, and it'll just have to be okay. Man, trying to pose her is not easy. There we go. So let me just make it clear that there's a trim on that, and then I can give her the glove on this hand maybe still. Watch me fail to stay in the lines there. That's good. Also just say no and that she uses the sword on a different side. That's fair. Hey, my Acheron redesign includes making her left-handed. You know, I don't hate this. We could also move the giant shoulder element to the other side if we wanted to also. Because I'm trying to think about what I want to do with her armor for this hand, and we will get to flesh out the armor on her lower arm better with this. So, like, I probably want to give her something that's here along this side. And then maybe she has, like, some belts or something that are holding this on to make it kind of, like, tech wear-y. Although, I don't really like the way it's folded over. This feels a little bit, like, Robin Hood type of fantasy inspired because the collar on it is so long. I feel like we could make this, like, zippered or something instead, where she has, like, a zipper on the inside edge. And then she has some, like, belts or something that are holding it on. And then she gets some sort of, like, large armored elements that are on here that stick out off her arm. Maybe this is where some of, like, the Oni type of imagery shows up, where she gets, like, horns or something that are on here. More plates. I may have to grab some more armor images for design. I'm not very good at coming up with armor off the top of my head. We need more left-handed characters. That's true. I wonder if there's a cultural aspect to the somewhat lack of left-handed characters out there, because I know that historically there weren't always a lot of them, because even just like during Shroom Mom's time, being left-handed was something that was like not treated kindly all the time, unfortunately. Okay, so big long sleeve, armor on her arm with something underneath it. Oh, she does have a zipper on here, but what function does this serve? Do you see this diagonal zipper? What is this doing? It's not helping her get in and out of this. It's like spiraling around her arm. Give her a zipper that makes sense, maybe, if she's gonna have a zipper. And maybe if she has a zipper, it then has like a
it is me,
tassel.
Gary the Shroom.
Hi,
Anyways, I wish you happy arting as the beep are going out of the boundaries to create sacrifices and have a good old party. May I join them, parent? Please,
Nope.
I promise I will do the dishes until I have accidentally broken enough to get you to make me stop.
No! Gary, you can't do any of this. You're not going outside. You're not doing the dishes. After what happened last time, I do not trust you with it. False! Maybe it's as simple as most people are right-handed and a lot of left-handed people were forced to be right-handed. I think that a lot of the reason why so many people are right-handed is because they were forced to be. I think that there are a lot of people who would have been left-handed if there was another option. I learned that when I played lacrosse. That when I was playing lacrosse, I played left-handed, and my coaches that I had prior to Shroom Mom being my coach all tried to get me to convert to be right-handed playing. Like, it was wild. And, like, yeah, it's kind of how it's trained. When you're in school as a little kid, everyone teaches you to do it right-handed. And if you're left-handed, you're sort of the outlier. They have those, like, pencil grips they give you as a kid to try and teach you. They don't have ones for left-handed people, or at least they didn't when I was a kid. It's odd. Huge increase in lefties after right-handedness was no longer explicitly punished. Yeah! It's not like there were more left-handed people, it's just people were allowed to do it again. Also, I saw somebody say that being left-handed is considered as maybe being unlucky in Chinese culture, which, again, may actually make sense for her character, though. She seems to be rather unlucky. Yeah, left-handedness might work as part of her Oni backstory. Yeah, there could be something to it here. That might not be a bad idea. First time having heard that. Being left-handed has been considered unlucky in other places, too. Yeah, first time having heard that. It wasn't considered the majority or norm otherwise. I don't actually know what the full history on that was, but I know that there was something to it. Hang on, we've designed sleeves, but we haven't actually changed them at all from what her original designs sleeves were. Also, if this is gonna be coming across her body on this side, probably like gather over her hip over here, right? And then it might like stick out, whoops, there somehow. I feel like I would prefer her to be wearing something that is still like a more traditional garment that's covering that part of her body. However, maybe she can still be wearing something that's like shorter underneath it. It doesn't have to be full length. But if it's something that still feels like somewhat armored, that might work a little bit better than what she's currently wearing. So I'm still gonna put her in something. I'm just going for a somewhat generic shape right now. But we can flesh that out more. But we can still give her a little bit of tummy, maybe. Maybe a little bit of tum as a treat. And then she'd probably have her other sleeve somewhere behind her. Oh, we were thinking about those high-waisted shorts, too. I should try a couple of options here, because I could give her high-waisted shorts, and then we could tuck her pop into it a little bit higher up. Let me copy paste that and see. Hang on. And let me hide that for now. Because if we gave her the higher waisted shorts that come up like this, whoops, we could run a zipper on them or like a belt on them, and then this thing sort of like tucks behind it essentially. I need to do this up here so I can see it. And then she has her still somewhat short shorts on, but then she can wear her like crazy, whoops, pant things that are going to be somewhat long and baggy, with some more of the weight towards the bottom maybe, and they can be kind of chunky. And then she can have her boots on under that. I've kind of given her chaps in a way. Taiki Shuttle is always with me in my heart. And I'm saying that because Taiki Shuttle doesn't actually wear those, but she should. Whoops, hang on. That should cut up like that, maybe. So I feel like that would be an interesting shape then. Like a modernized obi. Yeah. Yeah. And then this would be something that's like zippered or something in the front. It can still like spill over the front of it maybe a little bit. And then down here she would wear something for shoes, probably. Maybe. Shoes would be good. And then maybe we still get like a little bit of like skin that shows in the gap between. Whoops, hang on, wrong layer. Like she can still be wearing like some sort of like shorter top under here. And we can do something interesting with like the neckline also. Like I don't hate this yet. Not yet. Chaps for a wanderer makes sense. Yeah, they'd be practical. They keep your legs safe. They keep snakes out. Where they're tighter around your ankle maybe. Maybe you can reverse those pants. Like instead of showing the inner area, it shows the outer area. Oh, we could do that too instead. Where are my pants? Are they on this layer? Yeah. We could do outer instead of inner if that feels like it makes more sense. That may also be less visually distracting. Although then she'd have to be wearing... Yeah, we could put her shorts underneath it. And then... What layer am I doing this on? Maybe I should do that on the layer that this is on. I feel like that's less distracting for focal point reasons. That was creating sort of like an apex area, and then this is less of an apex. Speaking of showing skin, what's happening to her fire tattoo? You know what? If we shape her pants like this, we may actually be able to keep her tattoo. We might just redesign it a little bit. But we could keep her tattoo. I may end up just fully horizontally reversing her, or just moving the tattoo to this hip for this drawing, just because she's just not facing the right angle for it to be visible otherwise. But then we sort of exposed her upper thigh anyway, in a way that would make it visible. Inners exposes the arteries, outer not so much. Yeah, that's a safer part of your leg to show. Thinking about it, Acheron belongs to the lady model. Hoyo character is making her a lot taller than the average woman in the games. Her being tall and imposing kind of fits. Yeah. I feel like she's looking more imposing right now, but that may also be because she's bald. She sure is imposing. Not having hair will do that to you, I think. Shemates, did you make me match with her at all when we toggled in here? I feel like I could look a lot more like her than I do presently. Wait until you said shorts, that you were just gonna have everything out. No. I'm covering a lot of things. We'll still have a little bit of skin visible for flavor, but like we don't need a ton. Oh, thanks. There we go. We match. More cutouts so she can show more skin for the tattoos. We could drop this down a little bit further. This also does remind me of a style of like techwear pants I've seen too. I feel like I've seen a style of techwear pants that is like this on TikTok, where it's like a particular shape of fabric that's just like draped in a particular way. I don't know what it's called, but I've seen this shape and style of pants before, where they're just like a much looser, more like flowing style of fabric. She can probably have a belt that's in here somewhere. So like maybe she has like the zipper that's like on this part of it here, and then she has some sort of, hang on, I feel like I can't actually see the top of that. And then she would have some sort of like more modern belt element that comes through here. And then you can do the classic techwear thing where she's got like some sort of thing that hangs off of it or something. Maybe this is where they were saying something about tassels to hold blades to the body would come in. Oh, it would go this way because she has swords. But we could connect something like across here that is maybe what her belts are attached to, or not her belts, her swords are attached to, and you can dangle like multiple bits of something across for that. Maybe she can get an even more interestingly shaped buckle of some sort in that area. Belt. Okay. Or like on her legs, she could have something like that too. Yeah, like techwearified style of wrapped pants. Yes. Yes, yes. Yes. Yeah, it reminds me of Hakama. That's, I think, what I'm going for. Something that's
Shroom parrot, would I make an
adjacent.
effective spinning top? Spin, spinny, spin, spin.
Can I tell you guys a thing? If I was somebody who had a lot more time than I do on my hands, I would be spending more of my free time trying to develop a game. And do you know what the concept for that game would be? I think I've actually mentioned it before. But I would love to make like a stat trainer or like a Chow Garden style game for Shroomates, where you like collect them and they all have different stats, and then we make Shroom State Beyblade essentially, where we just like launch little mushrooms that spin on top of their head. Different cap shapes are like more aerodynamic or heavier or like more aggressive or something. So like they would have different stats that relate to different things. You can train them so that way like certain foods make them more resistant to one thing or another, or they have different skills they can use in the arena. Oh, yeah, Chow Garden Beyblade. I would love to do something like that. God, if only I had the time to do it. Because I do mostly have the programming know-how to make that possible, crazy enough. I know how to build a stat trainer in Godot. I know how to build several things in Godot, actually. I'm somewhat Godot fluent. Every time I tend to second guess myself with it. And then I remember that I'm actually pretty decent at it. I've done some miscellaneous Godot work for actually my grad school work, and it was pretty cool. I enjoyed doing it. And I should probably do more of it. But yeah, it'd be good. But yeah, these should probably be like outlined along here or something. The pants that are from Espa are gonna be really good for filling in like smaller details, because those have like a lot of little bits on them that might be interesting for sort of like fleshing these pants out as something like techwear inspired. Those pants even have like tiers to them almost, where like not every piece of fabric is connected, you know? Yeah. Shroom gotcha pulls. No. Never gotcha. I would never do that to you. No! Not at all gotcha. If I made something, it would be like, more so like, it would still have RNG, but not the kind you have to spend money on. Are you crazy? I would never do that to you. I'm not evil in my heart. I wish I was Godot fluent. I tried so hard and failed every time. Do you know what I'm not good at in Godot? I know how to do like platforming type of programming. I know how to do like all of like level layout.
Parent, teach me Godot and I will make the game. I have so much time, so it would be very easy, and everything would be awesome, and I would become CEO by 3.
Gary, I wish I could teach you to do things. I need to split into multiple people so that I can get more done, because I don't have enough time in my life to get any amount of what I would like to get done. I would love to teach you. Maybe we could do a Godot day. I feel like we wouldn't get enough done for it to be like all that enjoyable to watch if we started something from like ground up. But like I know a lot of like the baseline things to make in Godot, and I know how to use Godot script pretty decently. The number one thing I'm not great at is UI, user interface, and scene transitioning. Those are the things that I just like never really figured the skills out for. What can you do? Oh, also, if we're doing tassels, maybe we get like tassels that are like on the hip or something in that area, just so that we have some consistency with them. Make something stick out off of that too. Belt icon. Maybe the belt could be something Oni related. That could be interesting. So instead of having like an Oni mask on the hip, could be, yeah. Community project. I low-key love game jams and was like, hey, shroommates, what if we entered a game jam together? Not like if we had a Shroom State game jam, but like, what if we were the game jam team? What if the Shroom State was a game jam team for something? I don't know if there's any game jams that particularly relate to us, but like, I feel like that'd be fun. Dangling Oni head on hip. Could do that, but I think they've already done that for one of the ride-in variants, so I feel like it would be more unique to this one if we made it into like some sort of like belt buckle, I think. You know? Just spore and reproduce asexually, e.g. God, I need to clone myself so badly. I have no time to do anything. I want to do so many things, but I just don't have the time. And it kills me. Okay. You know, I don't hate this so far. What? Yo, we gotta put her tattoo back in, but we have to redesign the tattoo because it's not great. This is not actually a tattoo design, this is just a shape so that I know the tattoo goes there. Tattoo goes here on leg, where there's a gap, and maybe it doesn't have to be that huge, maybe it can be a little bit smaller, but something here that will be a tattoo. Shoes. Shoes are often the hardest part of designs for me. If it's not pants, it's shoes. And I think I actually did the pants really efficiently here. Pants we had a good solid game plan for. So where's the shirt? So now I get to worry about shoes. I'm not sure I actually had something that I felt was that great for the shoes. If I'm thinking about it. Like, we had some sandals, but maybe that might be a reason to go back into my references, maybe. Add the mask as the armor for her sleeved arm? Maybe. Something with spikes. If we're going to... Ooh, wait. I wonder if we could do something that's like, you know, if we have like some sort of Oni mask. That's his head. Hang on. Oni mask. This is a head. You have to believe me. Maybe the horns could be like... this. They could be much wider at the base, probably. But then they're doing lightning and, like, that also, you know, both. Two birds with one stone, feeding both of them, maybe. Maybe. Perchance, perhaps. Have her old Oni horns be the spikes? Maybe. Maybe. Let me search for a shoe. It seems like most of these designs I'm looking at that are techwear and / or like Ronin or samurai are all wearing like relatively like strangely modern shoes. It's like maybe she does just get like some not too over the top, just like boots of some sort that are like laced or something. Maybe we make them platform, almost like the platform sandals that would have been worn. And then she just has like laces and these are tucked in. We don't have to make it too complicated. The shoes are probably the last area of the body that we should be looking at anyways. Like, I don't think they're that visually important, but like... boot, and then... just like whatever... Oh, maybe they could be tasseled instead of laced or something at the end or something. I'm just scribbling in this area because that'll be something that tells me they're shoelaces. Mostly seeing sleeker shoes. Yeah, like sleek boots seems to be somewhat common. Maybe there's like a belt or something on it. We don't have to go too crazy with something for them. That's kind of the least visually important area. I'm gonna do a ladder test on this before I start trying to flesh it out any further, and I'm also gonna try and do something about her hair. Let's see. Hair. Where are my hair references? Here they are. So, her hair is on this side. I feel like I want there to be... like, almost like shaggier bits to it than there were. There we go, because that'll be a little bit edgier. I need to see what she looks like, though. There we go. And then her bangs sort of, like, tuck under this way. Her hairline's actually pretty high on the one side. And then I want to pull her, like, face framing hair in just, like, a little bit more. Perhaps. Give her, like, almost, like, claw shapes on the side of her head, you know? Her hairstyle in the original is, like, an overgrown hime cut. Yeah, it does kind of look that way. Like, I feel like this might be an okay shape for the hair around her face. I do want to give her bits that are, like... sort of, like, breaking off, like, the side of her head. Although I feel like I might actually need to push this out just, like, further in general. And then she gets some little bits that are going back into the main grouping. You know, maybe. Hi, Candy Floss. Half of Acheron's concept art had her in armor. We were robbed. I do see that. And I wish that may have been preserved. But, like, I think bringing her hair in so that it's pointing into her face might be a little bit more interesting. I might drop this down. I feel like I've made her hairline too high. Also, for the nihilism angle, I wonder if making her hair just, like, a little bit messier might make sense. Like, her hair was pretty prim and proper here. We could probably mess it up just, like, a little bit more, you know? Hang on, so then her hair is gonna be like this on this side still. And then we can have more pieces that, like, break away from it, maybe. So it's not all just one big piece. Get some good negative space in there. I think that's probably okay. And then she does need her one little hoge thing that goes over the top. But I feel like I wanted to redesign that. Because her current one just kind of goes like this and, like, merges into the side of her head. I'm not really sure how I would redo that. I'm not sure that's doing enough. But what I'm trying to do is give her more weight in her hairstyle. Like this, her head is a little bit triangular, but I'm trying to give her a shape that's like that more. It's slightly more rounded, perhaps. Because that feels a little bit more friendlier. Hat Guy. Does it look like Hat Guy? It may look a little bit like Hat Guy's hair. He just has like a little thing like this though. She's gonna have longer hair. It won't be him, don't worry. A hat on her would be so nice. You guys just want me to make Hat Guy, don't you? I can't do that. Her hair's still gonna be long. She'll still have some hair that's like back here. I was thinking about, let me see. The one reference I had the hair like a little bit like spikier. But again, that might actually be too close to the Hat Man. I see him everywhere. Not the Hat Man. Let me get a reference of him so that I don't actually just do his hair. Because I don't actually know what he looks like off the top of my head. What is his real name? How do I find him? If I type Hatman Genshin, will that do something? Oh, it found him. Perfect. Thanks. Scaramouche, thank you. Wanderer. Hatman was fine. Oh, it doesn't actually look that much like him at all. I could make it spikier and it'd be fine. It wouldn't look that much like him. Like, I wanted to give her something that's a little bit more like wolfish, maybe? I guess is the way I would describe it. Because I feel like that would relate visibly to the angle a little bit more. Looking good. Hi, Spree! How are you? I'm glad you think so. Scaramouche is the red one. Fonder is the same guy with a blue outfit. Oh, okay. I vaguely remember this. I vaguely recall. I haven't looked at those fellas in so long. But, like, yeah, sharper hair. She's dangerous. Sharp hair. Better for silhouette, maybe. Good, I hope you are too. Thanks! I'm doing swell! I'm having a fun time doing some redesign work. I tend to enjoy design. I've been enjoying doing this new series. Scaramouche, will you do the fandango? I don't know if I will. I don't know if I know how to do the fandango. Scaramouche, will you teach me how to fandango, maybe? Will you keep her single horn? Single horn? Oh, the hair accessory. If we can find some way to make sense of it for the design, maybe. Maybe we could. Maybe. She really does look like Scarif right now. They're related thematically, kind of, right? This makes her look less like Seela, though, right? Which is the intent, you know? Maybe, hopefully. Yes. I love these pants. Thanks. I wanted to preserve her thighs in some capacity and keep her shorts, but I felt like there was a better way of doing it. And I think this is kind of the better way of doing it. I'm gonna do a bunch of liquify tool work here at some point, and I just haven't done it yet. We'll get there. What types of things would a samurai or a ronin wear on their head? Because she is wearing a funny hair clip, and I know that this is a space fantasy setting, and maybe we do just wear accessories for funsies because they look cool, but does it serve a function? What does it do? We could give her a whole hat, but then I think she would kind of become the Wanderer, wouldn't she? Samurai Oni helmet. I guess we could. That is a thing that we saw in some of the Raiden Maze. The one does have like a little bit of like a mask or a helmet on her head. Ronin hats wouldn't work. You know, I don't think it would. Some traditional type of hair accessory, maybe? I'm trying to think. What do they usually do for hair accessories? Just vibes and to keep her Oni motifs? Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. That song really is for her, isn't it? Wanderer literally purges himself from existence, so kinda. Uh-oh. Decorative comb, usually historically, I think. Okay. Boss Raiden in Genshin had a helmet. Raiden Shogun in Genshin has just like a hairpiece accessory. Try referencing the god. Which god? Which god are you speaking of? Which god? The is there a Raiden god? Or do you mean an Oni, particularly? Multi-tiered veil that looks like pleating for a helmet. IX. Oh, the Nihility god. Maybe. Let me see. What does that guy look like? That would probably be a good reference to have, although I don't think she would want to be wearing his, like, memorabilia. She kind of wants to work against him, you know? My shirt, stop doing that. But I should look at him. Whoa! He's shaped like the number 9. That's wild. Here, look at him. He's a 9! Did you notice that? I hope you noticed that. That's a 9. Is that what his number is? He is just a black hole, but he's kind of like wearing it almost like a scarf, which is interesting. And he is, yeah, just kind of a big old slime of a fella. Not having a good time at all, I don't think. Actually, Scaramouche purges himself from the world. Wanderer is just Scaramouche, but he's also technically a different person with a different story. Ah! Everyone is themselves and other people. Everyone is so complicated in Genshin. But yeah, we could maybe keep something of the horn on one side of her head. That wouldn't be the worst. You just put it on a different layer. But I think if we're going to keep it, it needs to be something more interesting in shape. Like maybe it could be more lightning shaped to relate better to her theming. Oh, wait, you know who I'm gonna look at? You know who I'm gonna grab? I'm grabbing Nerissa from Hololive. God, what is your last name, girl? Oh, never. If I just do Nerissa Hololive. She has good horns. Yeah. Oh, her horns even have like flowers growing out of them, which is interesting. No, girl, why are you cropped and everything? Her horns are like interestingly historic, but also sort of like tech fantasy feeling. And then she just has some like charms hanging in front of them. I'm sticking her in my reference board. Thank you, Nerissa, whose last name I still don't know. And I know you have one. You better have a last name, Nerissa. Stick her in here. She's like the demon of song or something, I think, if I remember correctly. That's a cute design. Right. I was particularly a big fan of some of the designs in her generation of Hololive. There we go. I like that her hair's blue on the inside. There we go. Get her horns in my design. I'll put this near the hair area. The hairia, as I may call it. Reminds me of an Arknights character. Interesting. I know Hololive has worked with people who are designers from different gacha games before. I think particularly some of their designers were from, or at least one of theirs had worked on, the Fire Emblem one. So it wouldn't be unheard of to hear that could be one of the reference points for her. That could be an artist for her, maybe. Maybe. Oh, Ravencroft! Yes, thank you. Thank you. Never actually watched any company VTubers. There's very little anime indie VTubers I watch, so I don't know anything. That's wild! I'm honored that you watch me. I am always somewhat surprised by how many of the Shroomates don't watch VTubers maybe outside of me, or aren't as familiar with VTubers outside of me. I feel honored that you guys are watching my content. But every once in a while I'll be talking about VTubers and people are like, who? And I'm like, whoops. Mika Picasso, yeah, main designer for, oh, Bay. Interesting. I only watch you and some indies. I watch an interesting assortment of VTubers. I watch female indies and I watch male corpo talents. I think the male indies would benefit from the PR restraint the corporate fellas do have. And I know people make jokes about Hollow Stars being very untamed, which is fine. They still manage to maintain some element of PR kindness and not saying disturbing nonsense, not accidentally being racist, sexist, homophobic, any of those things, which are things I unfortunately see somewhat often in indie male VTubers. But then the girlies, I think, benefit from not having as many restrictions on them. I don't like idol style content for the girls. I don't like the parasocial themed content for the girls. I appreciate the freedom from that a lot of indies tend to have. So that tends to be my watching habits. Let's see, can we give you like a nice... Oh, that feels too dragon-like if I hook it like that. We need this to feel Oni-like. Oh, and then we were gonna give her like light bits in her hair where she may have had horns before. So I might just like put something like here and we can make it feel sort of like lightning bolt-esque also. Ho 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 ho! Aren't I so clever? This is where she was damaged. Her follicles were destroyed from having actual horns. Watch Kenji on YouTube and never watch him live. See, that's fair. I do lurk on a lot of indie fellas. Most of the VTubers I watch that are indie also are like very much queer people. I don't watch as many of the cis-het fellas who are just out there and exist. Per my own preferences sometimes. But I very rarely also, yeah, I'm watching anyone live. Most of the corporate fellas I watch, I am watching asynchronously, and that is honestly fine by me because I am too afraid to interact with them anyways. I'm a little scaredy cat. I don't like people knowing I'm real. I have such an insane queue of like miscellaneous little fan arts I've made of different people out there that I have just not posted anywhere because why would I do that? I don't need them to know I exist. I low-key might actually make a second account, like a secret Twitter account to post them under, but I fear that I'd be outed too quickly because I think my art style might be a little bit recognizable for them because I have a very particular proportioning style when I draw for funsies. I feel like that would be easy to recognize. Oh, Plumies? Hello? Maybe? Plumies, perhaps? YouTube, are you not letting me know of things? Truemates, can you rotate for the Plumies, please? Hi! Hi, Bill. Welcome in. What is Star Owl? I believe that probably relates to Honkai Star Owl. Maybe? Potentially? Maybe? Hi! Played Star Fox 64. Oh, you're doing star things! It's different. It relates to both of us somehow right now. Hi! Hi, Plumies. I'm EG. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We are working on redesigning Acheron from Honkai Star Rail right now. I'm doing some just like rough sketching right now of her. I'm trying to figure out some shapes to make her nice and interesting. We're redoing her hair. We're redoing the whole thing actually. I haven't changed some elements, but a lot of things have changed here. But how is Star Fox? I used to love Star Fox as a kid. I haven't played it in a very, very long time, but that is a near and dear franchise for me. It was very cute. I used to watch Fungi Father play it more than I played it. I'm not very good at games. It was fun. I'm glad. Who is your favorite Star Fox character, Phil? I'm curious. Also, what are your thoughts on the remake situation that is occurring? I feel like you may have thoughts. Had a Star Fox entirely themed stream too is interesting. Themed. First playthrough in so long. Oh, is it different than you remember it being? I watched somebody play it not that long ago and I was like, oh my god. Oh my god. This isn't how I remember this at all. I think as a kid I just focused on like some of the cooler elements and then the horrors of war ended up being something that I just did not pay much attention to. think I was too young for that. I played the PC decompilation with texture mods, so it looked better. Oh, I've never seen that before. Interesting. Favorite is Bill. Okay, hang on. You saw the roommate's Bill. Whoops, I've just googled the words Bill. Star Fox. So they can see who you're talking about, and then I'll pull up my favorite. Here's Bill. Dog. Oh wait, here, I should grab his older model. Oh wait, no, that's not even correct. These are all edits of him. Why do they look like that? That's weird. Dog. Look at him! He's just a little dog guy. I like Slippy Toad. Slippy was my favorite character. I just like frogs, but look at this little guy! Isn't he so cute? Oh, sorry, need a jet, I'm in a hurry. That's okay. Take care of yourself, Bill. If you and the Plumies need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are always welcome here in the Shroom State, but please look after yourselves first and foremost. You gotta recover after some star foxing, but look at this little toad. Woo. AJ, you're so silly, I wish you were real. Me too! I also wish I was real. But I wish I was real so badly. What if I existed? Actually, no, that's a nightmare. If I existed, that'd be bad for everyone involved, including me, probably. I am best as a figment of everyone's imagination, including my own. It's safer that way. My power would be too limitless, too unbounded. And I think that we would all suffer some consequences if I was allowed to just do whatever and be real. If I was real, I could live inside your walls truly, and I think all of our infrastructure would suffer, unfortunately. A figment of your imagination? My EG imagination, yes. But Aphantasia. Hey! Bill, is this a trend of hit me while I'm down on your way out? I can still imagine things. I can still imagine things, even if they don't look like anything. I have inner monologue, and it does things. Hey! That's funny too. Hey, low poly, I getcha. Low key, they are kind of low poly. If I try and go in my brain and think about, okay, what does Wilhelm Vanderboss from Indie look like to me in my mind? It's like, yeah, you're a person. You're definitely like, here's your head, and you probably have hair on it, and then you have shoulders. Yep, and then I know you have wings. And if I think of Vil, this is probably what I'm thinking of. That's you. Oh wait, and your hair goes like this on one side. That's Vil. That's the best we can do. That's me. That is sort of the essential basis of your character, more or less. So I've got something at least, but that's all that goes on in here. If I draw EG from thinking about my mind, I draw myself and I'm just like a triangle like this. And then I wear overalls, so I look like that. That's me in my mind. I'm just a triangle. What else do I need to be? Oh, and I have glasses. I know that much too. Bam. EG. Do I need a face? Probably not. Not really. Not at all. Send your recorded voice line from today for DM for later? Oh, okay. Thanks. I'm being left gifts. Very cool. Very kind. Your head looks like a Ronin hat. There we go. We figured out our headgear. All of this meant something. We figured out what... what should be worn on top of the head. And it is, in fact, me. As a hat. Low-key, that's not a bad hat design either. There's something interesting about this. We've got round objects, sharp objects, some squared-off objects. Everything makes sense. Yeah. Oh, bye, Vildo! Thank you for stopping by! Very kind. Just exactly Wanderer's hat. Shroommates, is it me? Am I the Wanderer's hat? I was a hat all along and we didn't even know it? Good God! That's scary to consider, to fathom, disturbing. Just a mushroom with glasses, perfect storytelling. Yeah. What does that tell you about me? That I'm cool and that I can't see. That's all you need to know about me. Yay! Find out that some of the artists I find very cool have aphantasia. It inspires me very much. Do not have it, but it's very cool. Thanks! I'm happy that I can inspire other artists who have aphantasia because it's something I was in denial about for a very long time. Because I was like, I'm an artist. There's no way I have aphantasia. I'm an artist. That literally could not be. But then when I started coming to terms with it, it made a lot of sense out of a lot of the struggles that I had been having when I was a younger artist. I was always like 2 or 3 steps behind my friends when it came to understanding proportions, especially for like anatomy. And I do think to this day that a lot of that came from the fact that, you know, when we were in middle school and high school, a lot of the drawing that they made us do in class, outside of like a couple figure studies, was from our minds. We weren't allowed to have phones out for a reference. We weren't allowed to have like books or other things out as reference. So they'd be like, yeah, make your drawing for your watercolor project. And I'd have to draw something out of my mind, which is not something I'm very good at doing because I need a reference. Oh wait, I should show you. Do you want to guess what my reference was for drawing her? It ended up really far away from the reference, but do you want to know what my initial pose reference was? It's much clearer if we look at my first pose than the second pose I went with. Do you know who the pose ref was? I bet you can't guess. I bet you can't guess, I say as I click back into an app that relates maybe to it to maybe give some skills to Majira McQueen very quickly. Yeah, corner recovery, that sounds good. Nimble Navigator, love that. Why not? Yeah, Stamina to Spare. Prepared to Pass, we'll take that. I know you don't usually take, whatchamacallit, stamina skills if you are building a parent, but like, honestly, I have so many skill points that it kind of is fine to take them because I'll have too many left over if I don't anyways. If you didn't guess the character who the inspiration was, it was in fact Uma. I have Stego as my pose inspiration. You can see I did a draw over of her to sort of get the vibes of the pose, and then I like super exaggerated it, but you can see she was here somewhere. And I think the only remnant of this in the pose I ended up going with was I did cut and paste a bunch of parts of it. I think the only thing that stayed was this hand pose is what copied over. You can find inspiration in many places, you know? Those places do include Uma Musume. If you need just like a good and interesting like base pose, Uma Musume is actually kind of fantastic for it. There's just a lot of like vaguely athletic, vaguely idol-like, somewhat brooding poses that are in the official art for the game. There's a lot of good poses to be found in there, often. Yeah, we do an Uma inside all of us, and my Uma is even outside of me right now too. My ears are on. Actually weird, the people I know with aphantasia are the best artists in their groups. So as soon as I recognized that I needed to use references all the time, and I couldn't do what my peers were doing and not use references, I quickly caught up. And I will say that by the time that I was graduating undergrad, I had the sort of like best technical drawing skill in my cohort. I wouldn't say I was the best at everything out of my cohort, but I definitely had the strongest technical drawing skill for them. So it's not necessarily something that'll hold you back once you know what to do about it. Once you know what to do to make things more comfortable. Also, I do need to design her top still. Some way, somewhere, somehow in here. And I don't really know what I want to do with it yet. Like, I feel like I could give her, like, a collar that's just like... Oh, where are my layers? Nope, that's her hair. What is this? Not her shirt. I could give her, like, a zipper or something here. Like a 3/4 zip. And have it zipped up. And then she could have something that's, like, interesting as, like, a zipper pull for it, maybe? Or maybe she has another one of those, like, tassels or something? I don't know. Didn't notice the ears. It's a toggle. The shroommates hear me discuss Uma Musume and are like, quick, put the ears on! Put the ears on right now! Ears! I wonder if we could do, like... something like across the body, maybe, to hold the... Wait. No. Hang on. Maybe the belt could be... This could be a part of the thing that's holding the sword on. This could be belt attached to the hip. I feel like I want something diagonal through here. Although I do already have enough asymmetry that I probably don't necessitate it. Don't play violin without sheet music? That, you know what? Fair. People can do that, but you don't have to do that. Don't draw without references. if it's not something you find enjoyable to do. They are worthwhile and useful. Oh, wait, I could put like a zipper on the side maybe. That might be like a techwear thing to do. Zipper side, maybe. And then we could do something slightly different with the collar, maybe. Let me look at my other references to see what they do for the collar. A lot of them have something that's sort of like a knot style thing. So we could do something like that, maybe, for like the zipper pull. And then maybe that's a shape that comes back like here or something. Or like on the side of the head where that thingy is. And then maybe if we're gonna tie the shoes, we can do it in like a double ribbon as well. For repetition's sake, you know, maybe. Whenever I have to draw something from my mind, it never works. I have like blocky colors and occasional vague details if I really know a design. Sounds like you may be in my boat, maybe. Or maybe you just need more inspirations for it. Chide Talisman. Yeah, it feels like this is something that was in, I think this is someone's redesign for Raiden Shogun that I have pulled here, but like these things, this particular style of like rope element that's sort of like tasseled. I have this pulled even though this is for a different one of her, but I just like the way that they handled some of the armor here in this inspiration source. Also, lightning seems to be very important to her across every variant, more or less, from what I can see. But like we could do something like this shape with it. I like the pattern work in this redesign also. What do you think about pattern work? But I made these sort of solid. They would be transparent. Or not transparent. They would have like a cutout in them. It's like they wouldn't be whole. Shime Nawa, I think? Is that what they're called, maybe? Train myself into drawing certain designs and poses via reflex, but refs are amazing and good to use. Yes, I can draw shoulders and hands out of reflex because I've done them so often. But like, when I have to draw certain parts of the body, I definitely need a reference to do it. Ooh, I saw a trend recently that I thought was kind of interesting, which was people were showing you like what parts of the body they like drawing and like how much they like drawing them. So it was like they'd have a pose of like a blank person and be like, all right, love drawing this part, love drawing, whoops, other parts. Here's EG's love drawing hands, love drawing shoes and ankles, love drawing shoulders and collarbones particularly. I'm okay with drawing the torso and legs and arms, that's fine. Head's fine, I don't care about it. Most of everything is probably something I'm okay with. Oh, you know what? I really like drawing particularly knees. I like drawing eyebrows. I like eyebrows. I like noses. I hate drawing. My least favorite thing to draw is eyes. I hate drawing eyes. I hate drawing eyes so much. I don't know why. It's just never been something I like to draw. It just is not my favorite. And I know that's the opposite of like every other anime artist ever. I just don't like it. Oh, also I could probably extend this to here. I like drawing that little hooked part of the like leg where the calf muscles sit. I also don't always like drawing the chest either. I don't know why that's so opaque compared to everything else on my multiply layer, but yeah, that's my preferences. If you need to research the Japanese knot, it's called mizuhiki. Okay, let me write that down. Note. Mizuhiki. Perfect. Thank you. Let me draw an arrow from that word pointing to what it is. Bam. Mizuhiki. That thing. Also, that thing. Perfect. Thank you. Chest isn't large enough. I think the chest is an appropriate size. Is she like, I don't think she's super duper well endowed, is she? From the side views, she doesn't seem that crazy. I think one of my favorite things to draw when I used to draw it back at school was the back. Oh, you know, I do like drawing shoulder blades. I liked drawing shoulder blades. I don't like drawing like the lower back. I always had a hard time placing like the back dimples and like pelvis bones in the back. But I like drawing like the tummy angles here where the rib cage changes over into like soft flesh of the like side of the body. Those are my preferences. I should really be refining this though, instead of yapping right now. So I think what I've gathered is that we're gonna have hair that's gonna like sort of loop in around her face, like this sort of loosely, and I'm gonna give her like a bigger piece that's like this here, and then everything else can be behind that. You can have this that comes down through here, and this is a part of that that's sort of separated. And then this will be on top of it, maybe. And then this will still tuck behind this element. There we go. And then this will still kind of like come around in front of your head. Like this. And whoop, I've made it a little too wide, maybe. I think I do need to keep it sort of tight on this side a little bit. And then it can hook in like that, maybe. There we go. I'm not going to redraw her face 8 billion times because that was something that was driving me nuts when I was working on Mavuika. Was just that I had redrawn it so many times. Her face and then also her hands for some reason. I drew it once. I don't need to draw it 1,000 times more. I zigzag her a hoge a little bit. Is that going to be too much next to me then zigzagging her Oni horn thing that I want her to wear? We'll find out. Stay tuned. It's anyone's guess. Hang on, so this will be in front maybe. This will be behind. And that'll still go in there, and then we can do this. Hair drawing hack. If you make pieces of hair widest at the center and then narrower where they attach to the head, something about the weighting of that ends up being pretty satisfying to us visually. It almost makes it feel like the hair's turning in perspective a little bit. In a way that is enjoyable. I'm not going to flesh all of this out a ton, but it would be good to have something making sense of the way her hair works in here. And then we can sort of like taper it off and maybe it like curls up at the end just like a little bit. That's not too bad. It'll be nice not drawing as much hair. Drawing all that hair from Mavuika was kind of overwhelming, not gonna lie. And I also don't like drawing hair all that much sometimes. I like drawing super stylized hair. Your design reminds me of Mai from Jujutsu Kaisen. I don't know who that is off the top of my head, but that's interesting to note. Oh, also she'd probably have hair behind her back too, that'd be sort of cascading down, because her hair is pretty long, isn't it? How long is her hair? Her hair goes like all the way down to her waist, so like I could still have some of her hair like visible like back here maybe. I can also pose her hair and her elements a little bit more excitingly at some point, but I'm not worrying about that right now. So this is hair for the sketch, just so I don't have to keep editing it. I don't think I'm going to change much about the hair in the sketch. Purely aura based. Oh, hair reaches her hips. Okay, we'll keep that. Think you drew too many strands for it? Oh, probably. I'm just giving myself a general idea to work from in the future. I'm not aiming for this to be like a finished, finalized version of her hair. I tend to do better with hair if I just have like a bunch of stuff that's like this before I do line art, and then when I do line art I can be like, yep, that's good. Yep, that's a general shape. Yep. And then clean it up from there. Instead of having something super fleshed out for it. Although I should probably note the little like bits where I want her to have white in her hair, and then like maybe this peeks out from underneath that, and then those are sort of in that area too. Okay, and then horn. Actually, upper thigh, like her crotch area. I don't have to make her, I'm not going to keep her hair that long. I just want to give her hair that's somewhat recognizably similar to the hair she had before. You know what? The design of her little thing that she has there isn't bad either, because I can use the way that it's wrapping to create the zigzag that I wanted to have for her hair accessory. So that's actually not too bad. And I could like continue making it like wrap around a little bit, and then we could see that there's like some sort of like talisman like thing, or that she has like some sort of like tassel that hangs on this side that's attached to it. which could be interesting. I need to look at some armor so I can figure out what I want to do with her shoulder, maybe. That's over here. Like, I feel like this would probably be like the side and back of a head if I was gonna make this some sort of Oni-inspired armor, and like it's probably like the side of an eye cavity, maybe, and then horns are gonna come out off the side of it. If I push the horns to face mostly forward, she won't have as much of a hazard with them hitting her in the head, maybe, which would be good. Onis tend to have pretty strong noses, it seems like, in some of the imagery I've seen, and then like teeth or whatever. So something like, maybe like this? Oh wait, that would be perspective. That would go downward instead of upward. And then it'd be attached to her arm. I feel like that might be bigger than I need it to be, but we'll see. Push him up a little bit. And give this some more negative space. There'll probably be a second horn we can see, but I'll figure out where that has to go in perspective in a second. Because I think that might actually be over here where we can't see it. Though I'm not certain yet. The hair short can play into her lore as a wanderer. That's fair. There's something about the aura of having super, like, long, messy hair to me, though, which we don't necessarily have to go with. That's a nice thing, is we can iterate on this if we don't like where this is going later. So then I do want her to have this. I think we can give this some sort of, like, interesting flow, so it's not quite so stiff as the way I drew it initially. I'm not going to do anything too crazy with just the way that it looks here right now. Like, that's probably fine, and then there'll probably be like some sort of like folds that we can see in it. And then I don't quite understand how the tassels attach, but it seems like, oh wait, follow the S-curve. But it seems like it's just a thing that can happen. You can just have a tassel that is, oh, maybe they're tied. It seems like they're tied in. There's like a hole in the bottom. Let me do that, because then this could also have some of the, whatchamacallit? This could have like a collet on it, which would make it somewhat techwear-esque. Ooh, or wait, hang on. Or or what if this is a zipper that runs along the bottom edge here? And then this is like the top part of the zipper, so then this is where you would have like the pull for it, and the pull has the tassel on it. Is that properly techwear-esque for this? I feel like that kind of makes sense almost. In some strange way. Like, here's the zipper pull part, and then you get like the tassel. Here's the top, and the part where it's contained, and then you can see like the bottom of it or something, little bits that separate out from it, right? Maybe? Too much zipper? Unclear. But that could be a good way of modernizing her sleeves just a little bit, because they are a little bit more fantasy than other angles. The other thing I was thinking about to also lean a little bit into some of the techwear angles, she doesn't feel too just like only like fantasy or historic, would be keeping the like more like modern style collar that she had, but sort of just applying that to the traditional shape of this instead of putting it only on one side of her body. So like if we can see that there's like some drapery happening on this side, that might not be bad. Although, you know what, hang on, I could exaggerate this out off the body a little bit more and give it some sharper shapes. And then I wonder if this would be a good area for placing some of those like snake pattern things. Hang on. Making this fabric go over top of it, because she's gonna be wearing like a modern obi that is actually some sort of like high-waisted belt thingy. Wouldn't the hair have to split for rigging / animation purposes? Hang on, will you permit me a tangent? Will you permit me a really extreme tangent? Pulls my window back to the center. Can I be somewhat off topic for 1 second? Just for 1 second. Just for 1 second. Just for one thing. Please allow it. Yes, thanks. Okay, thank you. So, I know that for this game particularly, this series of games, for the Hoyoverse, for gacha games in general, people do excuse a lot of elements of the design.
At paranapixel, it could be a 3-way split, so when it rests, it clumps as one.
Hi, Gary. That's true. Sure. Gary, you are talking about what I'm talking about, though, so that's fine. You're good. Whatever soul possessed you, you're on the right topic. So, a lot of these games, people could sort of like excuse critiques about hairstyle and about skirts and about clothing by saying that they are working within the technical limitations of the 3D models themselves. However, I don't always agree with those statements because specifically, if for no other reason, I know it can be done because there's other gacha games that do it just fine. You can have a long skirt. If you can rig a jacket to be long in the back, that is no different than rigging a jacket to be long in the front. You just have to set it up so that it has collision with the legs the same way you would set it up so that the hair has collision with the back of the body. It's no different. I don't think that's a valid excuse. I accept it when it comes to like pencil skirts because then that's more of an issue of texture stretching because you have to rig a pencil skirt to the legs than it is an issue of like physics and rigging. So that's fine, but we can say what it is. It's not that, I don't think that's actually a restraint. I think it's that they want to show the legs. That's fine. Similarly, for hair, people will often say that hair in a lot of gacha games are split into 2 or 3 groups because it makes it easier to rig. That's also just not true. You can rig a long hairstyle to follow one major bone or like one chain of bones majorly down the back and then have like a couple of little like child bones that stick out off the side. So like instead of having like, oh, here's my 3 lines of bones that follow the 3 separate sections of hair, you can have, here's my one main bone, but then there's like another bone area that comes off like this, and one that comes off like that, and one that comes off like that, and maybe one that comes off like that for different strands that are chunks on top of it. The actual reason why they are choosing to split the hair in the back is because you are spending so long looking at the back of the character, they're designing the back of the character's clothes so that it's more interesting. And if their super long hair is there in the back, it's going to be the main thing you see, which may not be as interesting. Also, they're often showing skin on the back of the models, on like the upper back of the shoulders, which is another one of those like, appeal, it's visually interesting, we're winking at you because we want you to like our characters in that kind of way, things. So, it's not a technical limitation thing. And I see people saying that constantly, and that's not what it is. It's because that is part of their artistic intent more than it is like them being limited by the program. Because, listen, I know some of these games are older than Uma Musume. I know, I get it. However, Uma Musume doesn't follow any of these things and has 3D models. They have skirts of every length imaginable, pants of every kind imaginable. We've got Opera O for her near skin and Hakama pants. We have longer skirts and dresses. We have flowier tops. We have hair of all types of styles and shapes that are not restrained by any of that, and none of the technology they're using to do that in Uma Musume is new. It's not new. We've had this for years. It's just artistic intent. It's what they want to do in Genshin Impact. So, when they release characters that have that, like, long in the back skirt, short in the front skirt thing, and people are upset about it, I say let them be upset about it. Be upset about it. Critique Genshin Impact for that. Tell them to try to have a broader silhouette and clothing style within their canon. Beg them for that. Don't just say that it's, well, it has to be that way. That's how it has to go for the modeling. It makes it easier to model because they can't have a cloth sim. They don't need a cloth sim to do it. Yes. Anyway, sorry. That's a minor rant from me. I'll calm down now. But yeah, reminder, I am a 3D modeler. I do know what I'm talking about. I have done 3D modeling for the last 8 years of my life. I know how this works. I promise, I swear. Anyways, I'm done. I should go back to drawing now instead of being annoyed. Thank you for permitting me one rant this stream. Just one. Just one little rant this stream. Just one. Small rant. I gotta calm down. When I talk that loud and like that frantically, it like ruins my voice a little bit. I can't be quite so excited about it. Good rant. Thanks. Related with the Tsarista has a short dress, I'm gonna riot. Ooh, I've heard like musings on the horizon about new region in Genshin, and people seem to be quite frustrated with the traditional silhouette for Genshin characters sort of making a return in this area. I think Natlan was critiqued for feeling too dissimilar, and I think as a result, they're backpedaling a little bit on some of the newer things they were trying in designs, and I'm kind of sad about it. I'm not sure they hit the mark with a lot of the Natlan designs, so I do think it is good for them to try something else. But I'm a little bit upset about the backpedaling, specifically because they were getting more varied silhouettes, and it seems like they are going back to their old, we're gonna do a shirt that is cut off under the armpits, sleeves that are not attached and are longest and widest around the wrist or lower, and a skirt that is short in the front, maybe longer in the back, with maybe a dangly thing in the back that are like tassels or trails. It's fine. Yeah. Anyways, enjoy your rants as many as you want without hurting your voice. Thanks! I appreciate it! Thanks! Thanks! I gotta calm down though. But anyways, despite what some may think, I don't hate the designs in the Hoyoverse. I've actually kind of come around to a lot more of them. Looking back on some of the grades that I gave to designs before, I think I might have been too harsh on some of them because I wasn't as familiar with the, I guess the way I would put it is that I wasn't as familiar
Companies
with
generally
the
don't
circumstances.
really care about a small vocal minority criticism or complaints, cause if majority of their players are indifferent or supportive of their choices, and the company is earning millions or billions anyway, why should they bother with the opinions of very few people who might know to even be their customers to begin with?
That's fair. Gary, that was Shroommate TTS. Why did you talk like that? What is your voice right now? Huh? That's weird. Why did he speak like that? But yeah, that's fair. I don't think they'll listen to me. I'm not somebody who pays them money. And clearly they're doing fine, regardless of any of the critiques I may have about their designs, which is something I say every time we do a critique for any game. These games have existed long before I've had anything to say about them, and they will continue to exist long after I am gone, probably. And they don't have to follow the design sensibilities that I prefer or that others prefer because, you know, people speak with their wallet. And what they're saying is that they will keep spending. So until people stop spending, we're not really to see any of these design philosophy things change. And unfortunately, those of us who care so much about it are often in the minority, or are often even non-players like myself. I do feel bad sometimes. I don't want to seem like I am an outsider to this community who is just ragging on designs, because I do like a lot of them. I think that there's some fun and clever things happening in some of them, which is why I want the ones that are on the weaker end to be strengthened, because I know they can do it. I know they can make cool and fresh and interesting and inspired and creative, engaging things, but they just don't always do it. And that's what ends up disappointing me more than anything else, you know? Yeah. He's trying stuff out. Hi, Odge! Yes, he is, I guess. He's wanting to take a tour to another area. He's trying out British now. He got sick of the Australian accent. Needs to do something new. True, Gary. Nice to hear from someone who knows what they're doing instead of random on the internet who's probably never touched the game. That's fair. I do think that there are a lot of, I don't want to say uninformed opinions, but maybe misinformed opinions about the character design in some of these games. Where, like, despite what it may sound like for me sometimes, making characters for the sake of them being appealing, and when I say appealing, I'm saying that with like a wink, isn't a bad thing. You can do that. That's fine. Just don't pretend like that's not what we're doing. And I don't think that the Hoyoverse is pretending. I think they know, and they lean into it. Maybe not to the degree that something like Azure Lane or like Nikke or something like that does, but I don't think they're pretending otherwise. They release characters sometimes specifically because they're trying to appeal to a particular angle of their viewer base, which is fine. I just think that people who are viewers need to be okay, or players need to be okay with that, and understand that that doesn't necessarily make something a bad design. It's just sometimes it doesn't make sense for the character they've written to be that way. So that's the only time my critiques really come in that department. You know, going back to my lurk. Great work, everyone. Thanks, Odge. Enjoy lurking. only saw the global ones, but I heard from players that it's still doing well in China. Doing what? Oh, the lad's economy stats. Oh, I got to have a very funny discussion at Otakon that I somewhat enjoyed. One of Jubby's friends, or actually not even one of Jubby's friends, but like, how do I explain this whole setup? We were at Otakon, and there was like a shrine, I think I would call it, to the character who got canceled. I don't know what his name is, but he's the wolf boy. The guy who got canceled, they had a shrine for him. And one of Jubby's friends who was with us was like, oh, is that game, the lad game? Why are they doing that? And I was like, oh my god, wait, I have the answer. Everything I know about this is against my will, but I know why. I know why this is occurring here. So I got to explain it to him in all the detail. And apparently the global market, yeah, they're not doing so well anymore. They have significantly dropped on the charts. I think they're the lowest they've ever been in the global market since release right now, which is crazy. However, I don't know if their, their domestic earnings have changed very much. So I don't know if they're really going to want to change what it is they're doing that much if they still have, you know, their domestic market. I need to know why. Oh, I'm probably not the person to hear the explanation from, but from the sounds of it, they were releasing a new character despite not properly supporting previous characters in the game. And then after that, they had referenced some like unsavory, I guess they are like experiments also in that, in the lore for the new character that were like quite inappropriate for a Chinese audience. Despite being a Chinese company, they should have known better. And also, yes, they thought he looked gay. They didn't think he looked straight, which they really didn't like. We forget that there's a lot of homophobia worldwide. And there was also something about people disliking that he had 4 years, but I don't think those were sort of the major part of it. I think most of the actual issue was that they had referenced, yeah, the Japanese imperial biochemical experiments from World War II. I think that was actually the bulk of the issue, and I believe they're being investigated by the government right now for the mention of those things being included. So, not great. Hang on, I'm sort of rethinking some angles of this design. I think I'm gonna make this zipper wrap along the front of her chest more so I can use that to sort of hold the shape of her chest a little bit more clearly here. And then I'm gonna put like belts on the side here, like wrapping this around essentially, so that way we have some sort of element, because if I add belts here, they might be able to feel a little bit like ribs or something, which might be an interesting way of tying some of those bone aspects in that we were talking about. Waha! Bam! That's a tragedy human rights violation that happened in northeastern China during World War II. Yeah! Wait, hang on, it wasn't even his own story, it was in a different character story that referenced that number. Ooh! But hang on, either way, still not particularly maybe a good thing to put in a game? Like, listen, I know that in the US we make a lot of jokes about like 9/11, but I feel like if you were to put like an actual 9/11 reference in a game that was not handled in sort of like a tasteful and like, oh, we're talking about this as like a tragedy that had happened, you know, in the way of, you know, telling people about histories that we don't repeat history kind of way, I think people would not be so chill about that. I don't think I'd be the kind of person that'd be too bothered, but I know there are a lot of Americans who would be very bothered. So I know people were having a hard time wrapping their minds around why people were so sensitive about that topic, but you gotta understand, that's not great. Putting the American Civil War in a dating game. I don't know if it's that, but maybe more so like if you put like the civil rights movement in the dating game, or like referenced like Jim Crow essentially in a dating game, people may not like that too much if it's not done in a tasteful way and it's just there for shock value. That wouldn't be great. Different people are doing it for satire or irony versus seriously. True, also. What an interesting topic we've landed on. But yeah, wild nonetheless. Oh wait, hang on, if I do this, I can give her like a real interesting cut maybe for this, where like maybe this doesn't connect on the side. Maybe there's like a It goes like this, and then her back could be out too. I'm trying to keep some of the appeal that this character would have had without removing too many things, you know? There's been friends joking and companies like vamping on actual bad events. Yeah, not great. Every time people make Chernobyl references in games, I dislike it because it's rarely tasteful. Ooh, I hadn't even thought about Chernobyl in that sense, but yeah, similar type of situation, I guess. To every company who is writing things about events that were not so great in the past, be tasteful. Be tasteful about it. I highly, highly always suggest that game devs have sensitivity writers and readers. Or I guess like sensitivity players might be the better word for a game. That is something that is very important in just writing in general, is having someone from the culture that you are representing or referencing in the media you're developing to just give a quick, brief look over to say, hey, you may not know this, and this is not coming from like a place of maliciousness, but you may want to change XYZ because, you know, in this area, it may not be taken so kindly. Or, you know, it may have a different connotation somewhere else. Or maybe, hey, here's a different way you could approach this that would feel more, that people would enjoy more, that would feel more relatable to the people you're trying to target this to, you know? I highly suggest having sensitivity readers or viewers or gamers involved. When I taught graphic noveling, that was something that we heavily emphasized. Also particularly because most of the students in that class were like anime fan students, and we would have kids who would be like accidentally writing like what do you call them, like white savior complex stories related to Japan and post-World War II and things like that, and I was like, stop, do not pass go, do not collect $100. I can tell you that's not great, but why don't I have somebody who can enunciate further about why this isn't great, tell you why that maybe isn't great. Tell you maybe another way that you could handle that could be more effective, perhaps. They actually decided to censor letters and numbers in the newest card to combat this. Oh, Lads was exonerated by the government by now. Okay. People even in my country, America did save a part of the world during World War II. Hey, listen, America did some good things at some points in time or another, but not everything we did was great. And it's usually not very tasteful to write stories from that perspective, because not everyone looks at that fondly either, because some of it was just not out of kindness of hearts, but out of imperialistic intent. Anyways, we're getting kind of dark with the with the conversation right now. We may want to pull it back from that. I do like that we can have some real discussions here from time to time, but the silly, fun EG stream is maybe not always the place for some of this, you know? Government first went against a company because of the complaints, but later when global markets wanted Valco back, they made a positive report, so honestly I don't know what they're doing. Interesting. Anyways, back to what we were talking about, which was Lads. I have heard that, like, in one of the more recent patches, they, like, didn't get rid of everything related to him. So, like, there's still some record of that guy being in the game. So, like, maybe that would be fine. Maybe they've heard everyone out at this point? I don't know. Now that they're not being investigated any longer. Give us a wah wah wee wah to cleanse the vibes. Can I give you a wow? Is that the wow of vibes cleansing? Like this Jello wolf long cut, by the way. Thanks. We're just kind of freestyling right now. I'm trying to flesh this out. It's kind of getting somewhere. I don't hate where it's going, though. I feel like this is kind of ending up all right. In a positive way. We've got some zippers. We have some belts. These will probably be belts over here that will have, like, you know, some sort of, like, thing on them. So this feels properly tech-verified. Get some trim on it, maybe, which will be good. She can keep her collar, because I don't hate the collar entirely. And then if we follow the collar shape, we can get, like, a nice lightning bolt on it. And I can make this, like, even sharper, maybe. Bam. Nice. Shroom wolf cut would be kind of cool. Oh boy, do I have good news for you that I'm not going to tell you any more about, other than that, I may have good news for you. That's all you get to know, is that there may be good news. As soon as I ever solve the rest of what is related to that good news, that may happen in the future. Maybe. Can't confirm, but it's in the cards, maybe. Patreon shroommates have seen it, if you're curious. If you would like to see, it's out there on the Patreon. Although I guess that technically might be more of like a jellyfish cut than it is maybe a wolf cut, but it's kind of a wolf cut also. Maybe. Excited? You should be. It's an outfit that I don't think I've even talked about existing, but it's... Oh no, I have. It's something rather un-Squiiji-like of me. I think it actually shows less skin than I've ever showed before, which is a funny statement, but somehow it is still very, very different tonally from what you may expect from me. So just bear that in mind, maybe. Oh, wait, but if I have this giant zipper here, do I want a giant zipper here? Maybe this thing shouldn't have giant zipper if I have zipper down the front of that. Is it the new outfit you wanted to try? Yes, it is. Hang on, I gotta move you guys back over so I can see my references again. So I want a modern, like, obi type of thing there. Do I want all of the Oni elements? I feel like we ended up with a lot more than I was intending accidentally. Which, like, is maybe fine, but I don't know. How many is too many? Vampire Hunter Squiiji? Low-key, I feel like you could potentially think this design, if you saw it, was a vampire hunter. Believably, you could believe it was a vampire hunter because of some of the iconography I have in it, but I think there might be other ideas that come to mind first before vampire hunter. There's a really cool theme for it also that relates to mushrooms in sort of a silly way. I'd be intrigued for you guys to see someday. It'll happen eventually, once I solve the color palette. What if you're using any design leitmotifs from Ride in May, not just Acheron? You know what? I don't know if I am right now. What would be a leitmotif, or just like a motif in general, to bring over from Ride in May? I know that she also has Oni types of symbolism. I might switch out this whole apparatus for some sort of like little like hip armor thing. Which might be something similar to how I've seen them handle her before. And then I could put the Oni somewhere else, because I feel like I've done too much with that so far. And then this could still have like the tassel work on it, or like under it maybe. Or like if there's something tied across like the top of it, you could have the belt and then you could still have the like elements that are here. So then we still have some sort of like sleek armor being worn, you know? Her sword is great design. Okay. I feel like the motifs kind of overlap. This is like a riddle. I do feel like most of what has happened here today has kind of been a riddle in some capacity. Hang on, so put a cord here, and then like this one can go like this maybe, and then a cord there, and then that can go like this maybe if we're gonna have two tassels here. So that one can then stick out of the body. And then this is armor under here, which will stick out off her body just like a little bit without being too much, perhaps. And then there could be something about the design that this is shaped that feels like fire or like lightning, probably lightning and not fire, but just something loose in here. And then the way that this is tied across the waist could just be like like, do you know, like a modern like buckle, the ones that are like this? I'm gonna tech-wearify it, so like just a buckle and not a traditional way of holding it on. Oh, but this thing, how would this attach then? Maybe this would just be like attached on top of this, and then another piece of it just sort of like goes down around the waist, something like that. Biggest defining visual feature of Hunkapak 3rd May is her Hime cut. I feel like we have sort of just wolf cutified a Hime cut to some capacity here, you know? Male Honkai Star Rail characters seem to suffer from having an interesting top half and then just pants. That's fair. We're going to prevent her from just having pants, and I realize I should probably exaggerate some of this just a little bit. It's too thin. Hang on. Thicken it out, push it more into the silhouette a little bit. More off the side of the body. Whoops! Hang on, I'm pushing too many other things off the side of the body. But then that way it won't overlap with her tattoo quite so much. Push this down maybe a little bit and push that up so maybe it's sitting a little bit diagonally. Because I don't want to create any ladder moments. Maybe it could just be longer? Maybe the piece underneath would be longer? Maybe? I'll have to find something more for the armor. Just realized how are her pants fastened? The conventional zipper isn't there. Ah, this style of pants, when I've seen them, usually are like tied around the waist in some way. Let me actually look up. Do we have any references of this style of pants? Let me see if I can find them to see how they are actually attached, because maybe they're attached to like the belt thing she's wearing. Maybe this is all one piece. Like I have her wearing this thingy around her waist. And maybe this is all one piece. So then on this side of her body, we can see that it turns over around her hip. You know? And then maybe it would like lace up in the back or something? Often tied separately to each side. Huh. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna remove this stuff from this area. I don't know if I like what this is doing yet. I'll keep that as an iteration. But maybe we need to make sure that this area is fleshing out how these pants attach to her. So like if it's attaching here and then tied, maybe that is what is causing these elements to be loops. It's the tie that's holding her pants on, and then she has the tassels on both sides. Oh wait, I drew one big one in the middle. I need two of them. And then we'd be able to see that there's like something on this side doing the same thing. And then we could still have some element that overlaps it maybe too. But then we've at least made sense of what her pants are doing. What an interesting thing to have to do. It's like almost like this is just like cords on either side of it. Although I feel like I might be doing too much. I don't want to over armor her because we're supposed to be prioritizing the fact that she's kind of fast. So maybe hip armor would be counter to her feeling properly fast. Play around with it, we'll see. Whoops, hang on. But yeah, she can have something that's like over here and doing a similar thing on both sides, and maybe we can see the connection point here. That's how it's being tied in, because her pants are being worn maybe like over that belt thing. And we can see it being tied in there or something. Like having the flowy sleeve be way more exaggerated, it adds that signature Hoyoverse flowy element without it just being a jumbled mess of black element and hair. Yeah, I did make her sleeve. Actually, I shortened her sleeve. I think her sleeve is longer than this here. It just isn't showing that it is. Oh, she's something that's like sort of like tied to gathered around here too. That is fair. A lot of sleeves aren't open all the way I did it. A lot of sleeves are only open to like a certain point because that makes them less cumbersome. So I may have to consider that too. I should close her sleeve. Because that'll get it out of her way. Hang on, so we can make it nice and flowy. But still more manageable. And then this will just come further forward along that arc. And it will be okay. There we go. Isn't the tassel on the sleeve gonna hit the ground when her arm is down? Sure, but there are plenty of designs where that is a thing that happens. That's just a thing that happens sometimes in particular types of clothing. It does just drag on the ground. And maybe I can shorten it just a little bit if we need to. So that way it feels a little bit more believable. Puts her arm down. Yeah, it might be kind of long. How long is it normally though? Let me look at some of our references. When she has her arm down, it seems like it doesn't actually hang very far. I can shorten it just like a bit. If I go like... Whoops. Hang on. Like that might be a little bit more believable to be out of the way. Maybe. Maybe. Like the previous one was better, so maybe it can be like the ties are under it. Perhaps. We can play around with something for the hips, so we'll come back for the hips. I'm gonna try and flesh out her pants a little bit more. The other thing I've had to come to terms with is the fact that I probably am not going to be finishing any of these designs I start while I'm on stream, just because it takes me so long to design things that I'm happy with. I also just like to iterate too much. Where if you saw how Mavuika looked on stream last week versus the finished final version of her that I posted, they're pretty different, surprisingly. Because I just wasn't satisfied with the way I was using a lot of the elements. Hang on, I wonder if I could, like, fire detail this a little bit if we're gonna keep any of the fire elements. So then this has some sort of, like, interesting trim on it. I don't hate that, maybe. But I just tend to not be satisfied with things until I've sat with them at least overnight. So I wouldn't want to fully be committed to a design without having looked at it with fresh eyes at a later point in time either. There we go. So like I'm doing a little bit of cleanup on it so I can just see if I have a clear idea and we can do some color tests. But we're not going to be making this feel too permanent yet, maybe. Looking at the Espa pants. Oh wait, the Espa pants are kind of funny. They actually have a zipper that runs around like right here. And you know what? I feel like the idea of her having pants that could unzip into shorts or where she could like zip the bottom half of them off is just kind of funny conceptually. And from like a practical sense, maybe it's too hot. Maybe she just ditches the bottom half of the leg. I'm like this. I would have a creator bias and think the design's perfect and be overconfident and proud, but after a day I'll see all the flaws. Yeah, no. That's why I'm trying to prevent that. Because I don't even think that when I was done with Mavuika's design on stream, I don't think I thought it was perfect. I was actually pretty dissatisfied with it, even if I didn't seem that way. So, letting it sit and ruminating over it for a little bit, I think did me a lot of good. I think I touched it a little bit that evening, but the next day was when I did most of the work on it, and I think it was much better for that. When I could come back with fresh eyes and fresh references for it and things like that. I think that was really beneficial. Give this like some like white trim elements because that seems to be a thing that they do on techwear clothing. They have that like, what do you call it? It's like the like raised white like rounded stuff that they put around the trim of things. That might not be a bad thing to have. Oh, this is a zipper. Let me denote that. And then maybe it has something else on the edge where this could be a tassel or some other thing. Oh, if I don't go with the tassel up here, maybe we get the tassel to be down there for silhouette reasons. And then we can tuck her pants down in here. I wonder if I would like this if the widest point was lower. More, maybe. And then we could have like something where I can see that there's like some sort of like slit in it and you can have some sort of pattern in there. And then this has like trim on either side of it. I don't hate that, maybe. Her leg feels like a big tube. How do I make her leg not feel like a big tube? Increase the contrast. Push some things in and things out a little bit more. Although, honestly, really squared leg looks are somewhat common in techwear, so maybe I shouldn't be too worried about it. Maybe I can live with it. And then maybe we just get, like, another, like, one of those, like, tech tube thingamabobs. Tassel by the knees is way more unique for silhouette. Lamau! You know, it would be. That would be much more unique. I don't know if that would work. Next year's donation, I'll donate 4 and make you choose between 20 OCs to critique. Oh my god, Rex! I mean, sure. I will not say no to doing critiques for charity. I tend to like doing those. But at the same time, good golly! That's a lot. That's a lot of guys to pick between. I think I'd get, like, decision paralysis trying to do that. Hang on, so then we'll do these, but I'll make them all go in, like, one direction, maybe. Almost like they're being pushed by wind or something, so then I can show a buckle here. And then this is the top of them. What if we make the boots not full height, but these are like almost like she's got them tucked into her socks instead? Does that make sense? Or like she can have like some sort of like leg wrap situation going on here for like a couple inches. Because that is a thing that's done to hold pants in, although I might be thinking of something that's more of like a Shaolin monk thing than, ooh, a samurai thing. Pants and socks. No. That's a thing. But that may be a Shaolin monk thing, and I may be accidentally conflating things right now. Where they have the like wraps that they wear around their legs to keep like bugs out, essentially. Because we were talking about still keeping some bandages on her somewhere, essentially. And that might not be a bad idea of a place to put them. Because then I'm adding at least some texture to her ankles. Let me see. Is that a thing that samurai do? Is that a Japanese thing also? Or is that just a Shaolin monk thing? Ooh, where's my browser page? Let me look at my samurai references and see. Oh, they seem to don't wear socks. They usually have like wrapped things going up their legs more so. Oh wait, maybe? I mean, if it's a martial artist thing, I think that it fits. Fair? Not the socks. No, not socks. Let me look up samurai leg wraps. Maybe. Just see? Oh, wait, it is a thing. Yes. But they look a little different. Hang on. They look different. They look like this. And they wear them over their pants. So, that could be where my tassels go, maybe, if we're trying to make a more direct samurai reference. Let me paste this into my reference board. Ha, research. Bam. Where's PureRef? Here, bam. There we go. I think we've done pretty well with references today. There we go. Stick that in there. Come back down into here. Wow, I've got 8 billion things open. Majima Queen, I didn't finish setting you up. Why did I not finish setting you up? Carl, did I give you everything? No, I didn't. Hang on. Uma Musume segue. How about firm conditions? Yeah. How about right-handed? Sure. How about wet conditions? Why not? And you can be a spring runner on top of that. You can have all of that and more. Is this for horse riding? Maybe? There's no specification as to what it particularly is for where I'm seeing it, but it's called kyahan. They're leggings. Kyahan leg wraps is what they're called. It seems like there's a variety of styles for them. Like there's wool ones that are wrapped like this. And then they're pinned at the top. But it seems like these are fulfilling a similar purpose as the ones I'm thinking of that the Shaolin monks wear. Yeah. Oh, Hunkaback 3rd May hair accessories first image battle suit is Chinese New Year themed though. That's okay. But those hair accessories are interesting because they're kind of like armor still in her hair, which is cool. I should paste those also. You've been seeing things like that on stuff about Japanese farmers from olden days. Perfect. Okay, good. I just always want to make sure that I'm not accidentally, like, culturally conflating things where I'm not going to let my brain run away with an idea without checking to make sure that there's still a basis for it in, you know, the region that I'm supposed to be drawing inspiration from. It is the responsible thing to do. Let me paste this into my references also for hair. Bam. And hit the terrible shortcut and then finish fixing my Majiro McQueen. So I can have it do another auto run during stream. Wahoo! I'm so responsible. Taking good care of my Umas, even while streaming. I hope you're all proud of me. There we go, okay. Yeah, there we go. She's got her skills. Finish that. Sure. Yep, good. Cool. Yep. Great. S+. Nice. Don't need more than that. Oh, 1-star guts. Nope. Try again. Try again. 1-star power. Yep. What am I even doing this for? No! My luck is so bad with parents. Yeah, keep that one. It's fine. On Wiki it says that leg wraps are worn under shin armor. Oh, would it be too much if we added shin armor, maybe? Maybe shin armor. Maybe. I'll have to find some references for shin armor because I don't think I actually have any right now either. Let me just tell Majiro to run again. You can't see it. I'll let you see it for a second. because I think it's funny that I'm playing a game in the background and you cannot see me doing it. Hi, Twin Turbo. Thank you for your secrets. Hi, Taiki! Hi, Jiro. Go ahead. Yep, good, great. Yep, nice. I need 1 TP, you jerk. Okay, fine. Actually, you can see leg wraps sans pants on, for example, the Warriors in Princess Mononoke. Oh! Ooh, you know what? I should look at some of the designs from Princess Mononoke because I think they do a concise job of conveying, like, the, like, warrior angle of, like, outfits sometimes. I should look at that. Hang on. Get some races in there. Perfect. Go! Have fun out there, McQueen! Bam! Okay, now we go back to drawing. Now we're focused again. There we go. Okay, wait. I got this one. Don't save that. Let me get my references back up in place because I moved them because I'm terrible and evil. Okay. Oh, let me grab this one also and put it in here too. And then we'll keep working. So it seems like there's a variety of shapes I could use for them. And I could make her boots. She doesn't have to be wearing boots, maybe. I'm keeping this guy here, just because he's good for my willpower. Put in life suggestions. Thanks! Spoiler, because it depicts villagers being killed. That's fair. Oh, yeah, they do have the leg wraps on. They don't have anything on their feet. They're barefooted, but interesting. Interesting. Very interesting. Very intriguing. Thank you, Amber. So yeah, leg wrap under the boots. It seems like the leg wraps actually go pretty far up the leg, but I don't know if I want to do that. Although, hang on, wait, Shroomates, I may have done an evil. I may have done something terrible here. Hang on. We'll pretend that this is the leg. So, like, these are here, and then there's another one there. I've created a division here, and there. Shorts are here. Bottom of the belt is here, top of the belt is here, then I have little things that are going to be symmetrically on both sides there. There is going to be something diagonal that goes across the chest, at least. Shoulders, chin, bottom of hair, bangs on one side. Are you seeing what I'm seeing, though? Are you seeing the problem, maybe, that I'm seeing? This is why we check these things. Top of head, Hoge horn. I guess the sleeve is a really big asymmetrical thing on this side of the body, and then we'd have a bunch of asymmetrical lines over here. But bottom is ladder right now, and we have to fix that. We can't do that. Let me just fully get rid of this thing that's happening around the knee, because I'm not very attached to that. Because I think that is the main contributor to the ladder. Maybe if we do go for more of the shin coverings, that would not be a bad thing, because then we can push this shape higher up the leg, and I can push this maybe lower, so these are more like ankle boots as opposed to being like higher legged boots, and then we can have the wraps in here, so that way we have bigger shape, little shape, longer shape. Maybe I don't create a division in here, so then our ladder does not become climbable. Bam. See, not even I am safe from it sometimes, but that's why the trick exists, is so that I don't get too far into designing without noticing. So there we go, we've got ties around the leg, and then you'll have your laces going down through there for your boot. And then I do think I liked the idea of giving you platform boots, because number one, they're cool, but also number two, the sandals that are worn by the samurai often seem to be somewhat platform-like also. Or they're not platform, but they have like a raised block under them. And I'm not sure how I would add a raised block to the underside of a shoe in quite that shape, but I can at least raise the shoe up onto a platform itself. There we go. And then like, that can be going that way with all its little things, with all its little doodads. Push that back down because I've got it higher than I do on the other side. Our spacing was a little bit too even. Top half is more complicated. Top half is more complicated, but it should be. We want the top half of the design to be the focus. So if that is more complicated, that's okay. And then I should probably like design these to be boots that like make sense in some capacity. We'll do something to flesh them out. Maybe they do need to be boots though. I need them to not just be a flat platform. And then you'll have this, and then you'll have some like wrapped elements in there. I feel like I'm gonna have to do something about this fabric because it doesn't feel like the heavier duty type of fabric I want. I feel like it feels like linen right now, so I'll have to reshape it a little bit so that it feels like it's dangling properly. I feel like also this type of fabric wouldn't be sitting super high on her body. Like between the legs, it'd have a little bit more freedom in that area. There we go. And then like these sort of like fold under. I need to look at pants so I can see how they're folding in this area to feel nice and chunky and heavy. But I think that one feels heavier. Maybe I just need them to be more square. Let's see. And just like sharper. Yeah, that's a little better. Okay. We'll flesh out details later and there. I have to figure out her belt situation on her waist still. And this whole thing for this arm also needs to be configured. Do I have any good, like, armor references that I pulled? I don't know if I do. Oh, wait, I have two that are pretty decent. I like this. There's one of these that has a tassel right here on the arm. And I kind of like that from a silhouette stance. So maybe if we don't do the waist tassel, we can have a tassel that's, like, here on the arm, and then I start the, armor on the arm a little bit further down. Yeah, I don't hate that. And then we can have like some sort of like belts or something that's holding it on here. I have to pick an armor stylization too, where a lot of like traditional samurai armor is sort of like very like just square with like a raised edge here, like that. The way that Raiden Mei's armor is shaped is somewhat similar to that, I think. And then like more European style armor tends to have like an over arc to it, and then like filigree that goes all the way around the edge of it. Like an obi would be cool. Wait, they're called geta. Like wrap really protects bugs. Yes, the wrap does keep the bugs from getting in your pants. Rider Stomach could use something like the cloth wrap in kimonos. Yes, we were talking about giving her something that's like a more modern form of geta or obi or something, but I'm still trying to figure out how I would want to do that. Maybe I would need to move these belts down to it, but I feel like where they are now would read more like rib cage if I make them light colored than if I moved them down. I don't think they read all that much like a rib cage right now, but they're at least in the right area. Some like My Day's gauntlets, but Japanese themed. Yeah, perhaps. But yeah, she should have something in this area that makes sense of all that. What do you make of all this? Hey, Shermates, none of this is real. Oh, also, since she is wearing this on this side of her body, I wonder if she should have something that's like, even if it's like short, something that's like this on this side of her. Because that's what this all is. That's what all this is that's under here. So that it's not like this particular garment is ending completely under here. We can see the bottom of it somewhere. I don't want to cover too much of her legs, but I feel like that might be necessary. That makes sense to put here. I think I have found an interesting way of doing that with boots. I think giving her sandals would feel too fantasy-esque. More samurai for the armor would be better with her background. Maybe I just need to go back to the drawing board and find some more samurai armor so I can figure out what to do with that for it. See what they do for arms. Although it looks like for samurai style armor, they usually end up with like one piece that comes across here and it's all the way up here. Wait. Oh, because they have like a baggy sleeve usually that tucks into whatever they have wrapping their arm. I want to keep her weird sleeve thing. Oh, that feels too much like a little sleevelet in like an idol-like fashion. I don't know if I like that. But that would this would just be something that's like this probably, and then goes over the back of her hand like that if we're going for something that's more samurai-like, and then they tend to be bound like that, and we probably put like a buckle on it or something, and there's another binding like here, and then we could design it up to put some layers on it, but samurai style armor for sleeves tends to be a little more simplified. Maybe there'd be like a layer on here, and maybe her hand, no. Hand would be would the hand be underneath? Happen to search for samurai greaves. Well, why don't we do that right now? Let me grab some more samurai armor as references, because I think that would be greatly beneficial to me. Samurai greaves. So these are for the legs. Oh, interesting. Wait, I kind of like the shape of this where it's got the double arc to it. I'm gonna grab that. Don't know if that's particularly historically accurate, but that shape is kind of interesting. Let me stick this over in my armor area in my references. Then we get like, I guess they are called gauntlets? If we're talking about an arm? What is the other word for that? There's another word for that I can't think of now. For the arm armor, for when it's for the lower arm. Is it just called a gauntlet? Because I feel like that's when it includes a glove. Or like that's when they're usually pretty large. Samurai armor. Bam! Let's see. Oh, they look like Tifa's. This looks like Tifa's things, although I don't know how much I trust Google. Google is not always the most trustworthy when it comes to this stuff. I'm trying to find an accurate reference in any capacity. Bracers? I guess bracer may be a word for it? Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess that is pulling up the same thing. This shape. They're very reminiscent of the gloves I wore when I did Kung Fu. But those were for padding so I didn't hurt people when I hit them. These are much softer than the types of armor I was thinking of also, because this seems like leather armor. But maybe that's better because leather armor is lighter and would not get in the way of her speed quite so much. Let me look at my samurai that I have in this folder to see what they have on their arms. Because it seems like it is somewhat similar elements to that. What is this one's? Oh, that one wraps all the way over the top. I wonder where this convention is coming from of it being all one long piece, because it seems like when I'm looking up samurai armor, it's never actually shaped like that. It's interesting. I'll stick this in my references anyway, I guess, but I don't know. Probably easier to swing a sword. Yeah, if it's not metal, it would be. Peculiar. Kazuha can be a reference. He has similar things. Are you talking about... Is this a Fire Emblem character you're talking about? I feel like that might be a Fire Emblem character. Oh, you know what? Wait, there are some like samurai-inspired designs in Fire Emblem I could look at. Similar sleeve design. Fire Emblem, what is it? Three Houses has... Or not Three Houses. Fates? Has some... What is his name? The Lobster Man. The Lobster is dressed as a samurai, but in like a plated armor manner. What is his name? I don't know why I'm looking on here. Effie, not Three Houses. I want Fates. Lobster. What the hell is his name? This guy. This guy has things related to being a samurai in his design. I'll just grab him entirely, but I would like something where I can see his arms because they're hidden in that. Oh, there we go. Oh, and see, he still has the same thing. He still has the, like, one piece element that doesn't have any articulation in it. Why is that, I wonder? Oh, hi, Peanut Bun. Welcome in. How are you? I hope you are well. I hope your stream was good. I'm trying to find references for samurai armor right now, and I'm struggling a little bit, but it is going mostly okay. Mods, thank you guys for getting these shout out. How was your stream? What were you up to? Hello again. I was thinking of you because I was trying to work on my E.G. Sonic illustration, and I was like, what was I thinking trying to be a rabbit? None of it made any sense. Ryoma. Oh, that's his name. You're right. The inexorable lobster lord. Yes, his name is Ryoma, I think. That sounds right. Isn't Kazuya Genshin also a Ronin? We can look up that character also. Kazuya Genshin. Did I introduce myself? I don't know if I did. I'm Eiji, freelance artist Fungi, also Red Educator. We are trying to redesign Acheron right now. Oh, this fella isn't armored though. And we're having an interesting time doing it so far. This guy is their Canadian, potentially, fella. Genshin's much more fantasy styled. So I feel like that is definitely what we're seeing here though. Pulled some museum inspiration. Ah, okay. I will take a look at that too. Thank you. Appreciated. Hi, I was working some more on my Dragonfly Girls design. Can I see? Can I see, maybe, please? If you'd be so kind and so willing. Will you permit me to have a look-see, maybe? If you'd be so willing. I would love to take a see. Take a look at it. Awesome museum armor. Oh, I did see this in the references. But you know what? I feel like I can't actually figure out what's going on in the museum reference, at least the first one, because it's kind of low clarity. There's just a lot of texture in it, unfortunately, which is why I was looking for other resources with it. Yeah, you know, is what Vancouver is like. True. This man also has some elements that could be useful. Oh, this little like crisscross thingy for holding the plates together might be good. Better not hide the toes. What do you mean? What? What are you talking about? Peanut Buns Raider, what are you talking about? I don't have feet. Good old Takumi. Yeah. There's other characters that are sort of similar from this game, and I can't remember which ones they are because I haven't played this game in more than a decade, I think, at this point. Oh boy. There's Takumi. Takumi? Takumi? How do I ever say his name? That might actually be all I can find from this game that is the right character or the right styling. Three Houses, Mortal Savant might be a good one. Mortal Savant? I don't remember who that is. I played Three Houses. Mortal Savant. Who is that? Oh, it's just one of the classes. It's one of the classes. Oh, ooh, Felix, you're looking cool. That's cool. Oh, I love the exaggeration. Oh, okay, and this is like just a reference from they were designing it. That's cool. Hang on, we'll grab that. Perfect, thank you. See, this is why I'm so glad that I'm doing this with other people giving feedback, because we're arriving at conclusions I may have arrived at anyway, but not nearly with as much speed as I am now. Man, look at him, he's so cool. I liked Felix. He was kind of intense. There's something interesting going on here. They really love giving him just like regular boots though. Little out of context. It was for the Dragonfly Girls bun. Oh, I see. I was like, what are you talking about? What do you mean? Uh-oh, Moobot. Oh no! You guys already know what to do. You know the drill. Jostle him. Jostle him real good. Amber, were you able to get it? Because for some reason it's like permanently not letting me see it either. Oh, there it is. Perfect, thank you. Usually it lets me see it anyway, but it is not letting me do it this time. Like in the last like week or so, it's been real mean about it. What? There we go. Perfect. Dragonfly babe coming along quite nicely. No wings because I didn't feel like drawing them today. Honestly, understandable. I can see you've fleshed things out a little bit more. We got a little more color going on. Cute. I see that you've hidden the the 2S violation that I'd pointed out was that Monday. It's cute so far. I love how big and chunky you've drawn the hands also. It's very cute. Big old eyes, giant eyelashes, some little pond elements. Hey, Shrewmates, we can switch to clapping and like saying thank you for delicious art, although I do appreciate the continued jostling of Moobot because he does deserve it. He deserves it greatly. But we can take the frustration of Moobot being evil and turn that into a positive energy and say, hey, this is cool. Hey, this is cool. You didn't like it, EG? Bam, now I did. Now I did. I didn't realize I'd opened it on Twitter until you said that, though. I was just looking at the art. I guess I can make it bigger so you can see it better also, because we've got a little bit of like scrolling elements on the body now, a little bit of like jewelry mayhaps. It's cute. Thank you for sharing with us, Peanut. I appreciate it. Very kind. Peanut always pays up in the art tax. Thank you for your always participating in your taxes. You will be safe from the Shruma IRS in the future, the EGRS. We'll think of you fondly. On the devil on the shoulder, I don't think you're a devil telling me to like a post. I think that makes you an angel. I think that's a kind thing to do. I wouldn't call it that way. Not sure any character in 3Houses ever naturally goes Mortal Savant, so the class is hardly talked about. Oh, still talking about Felix. Yeah, it seems like they don't. People have designed other characters for that role, but yeah, it doesn't seem like they go that route. I don't think my Felix did that either. I think he was a Dark Knight for my playthrough. But anyways, Peanut, if you and your fellas need to do things like eat or drink or maybe snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so. But please prioritize looking after yourselves first and foremost. And thank you again for the delicious art tax. It was very kind of you. Oh wait, this is the guy from Genshin also again. He's everywhere. Why is he everywhere? I can't get away from him. Is there any armor in this? Kind of, not really. Dang it, give me armor. Show me some armor. Maybe. Can I get any armor? Oh, wait, hang on. Belt opportunity. These things could be replaced by belts, and that'd be a good techwear moment. Perhaps. That'd be a good techwear moment. I should grab that. Yoink. Just that part. Only that part. Oh, this is AI nonsense, though. It is. I've just noticed. Oh, no. 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 We can still steal from them anyway, even if that's going on. There's still an idea that's usable here. Ugh. And you can see how it took a moment to notice that. I had totally overlooked that because the hand wasn't what I was interested in. I was interested in the shoulders. God damn it. What can you do? Sorry, that's your daily EG curse. 3 arms and 7 fingers? Oh man. How many? Oh no! 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fingers. Oh man. Ah, come on. It's fine. It's fine. We're going to borrow ideas. Oh wait, I'll borrow this also. Although you seem to have a little bit more of European style armor on your arms, a little bit. Got a great idea. Now a character with a cursed sword that couldn't be held directly, so they must hold a severed hand to use the sword. That's interesting. That is an intriguing proposition there as an idea. Do any of you have armor that I particularly think would be useful? Not really. Oh man, my references were underprepared for this. I just need to grab more samurai from somewhere in here, but that's a funny idea. That sounds like a very Dark Souls-esque idea, because I know that in, oh, what is it? Ooh, the Elden Ring? The Elden Ring. There is a weapon that is just a finger, and you attack by like flicking, I think? Is that the right character? Why is it not letting me search right now? You jerk. Not my pins. We are searching in all pins right now, thanks. No, not my pins. We are in all pins. Oh, Pinterest is bugged out. They heard me curse out AI imagery and said, what if nothing worked? Results from my pins? Nothing exists. Those are not results from my pins. Can I have all pins? Nope, those are my pins. What's happening? What are you doing? Oh, I guess some of them aren't mine. Pinterest is really giving up on me right now. It said absolutely not in any way, shape, or form. If I scroll down a while, though, it may get me into things that I've not seen. Maybe, although it does seem like it's mostly pulling from armor I already have. Ugh. Oh, wait, no, some of this isn't. There we go. I see Iori. I don't know who that is, but I'm sure you do. What if you were not wearing armor? Or if you are, the shoulder is what's emphasized, not the wrist, unfortunately, which is not helping me. Seems like the priority in samurai armor is shoulder guard, not wrist guard. I thought this was Crimson Ruse for 1 second, but I don't believe that's who that is at all, actually. Lots of guys wearing red. Is this Lloyd Irving? That might be Lloyd Irving. Arms. Shins. Arms? Shins? Can I get anything on the arms or shins? That's AI of Tifa. I think. Totally unhelpful. Well, let's see if I have enough from the couple of things I grabbed just now when we were grabbing things to continue. I'd at least like to throw a color in here at some point. We're winding up at the same debacle as we had last time, though, which is that I'm unsatisfied by one element, and therefore I'm going to spend the next 15 hours trying to figure out what to do about that element. Which before it was like the coat opening from Avuika, right now it's going to be armor. Still don't know if I found anything that I particularly liked for handling the back of the arm, although it seems like this just being like one flat object is more or less the convention for it. And I can make it like nice and big at least. And I can maybe, oh, maybe these are gonna be belts that wrap over the whole thing, perhaps? And then they can have like a buckle or something on them. So that'll modernize it a little bit. Yep, I do have to sleep on it, so I in fact will sleep on it. But I at least want something enough that's in here that I can drop some colors in, maybe. You know? I feel like this isn't doing what I wanted something to do on this part of the arm. I need something more exaggerated in its design, something that adds more to silhouette. I'm gonna bring this thing back, although I don't know if I like all of this in here now. Oh wait, that's just because I don't like this. Hang on. Erase that. I should be able to see the bottom of this under there, and then maybe that still has a trim on it, and then we can see the bottom edge of this under here maybe, and that sticks out off the body a little bit, and then it still has that like lightning like trim on it or something interesting at least. Or like maybe this is like sharper? I can do something with it. Figure that out at some point. And then like this fabric is coming out from under here. Probably wouldn't sit super flush because it's be a little bit baggy. We would still have our leg thing that comes down here, and then maybe has some like design on it that I haven't figured out yet. Like the ninja units from Fire Emblem Fates. I could, but I think that ninja armor tends to be different enough from samurai armor that I'm not sure I would be content with drawing inspiration from that as a reference all the way. I think I have enough elements here that I could at least attempt something of a base color idea underneath and be okay with it. Although I do need to redesign a tattoo for her just real quick. So maybe we go for something that looks like some of those clouds that we'd seen. It would just be flush on her body. And then you end up with like the very geometric idea of lightning that goes down like her leg or something. And maybe that geometric lightning could almost also be something that would work as a motif in here also? Add the spikes back. I guess I could add the spikes back in here. Although I feel like I'd have to find some way of attaching them that made sense. Because I feel like that alone isn't really enough. Although maybe what she has right now is like a hand armor. Her armor she's wearing on her hand is very European in her like actual design. So maybe I won't worry about it too much, but I feel like keeping her having some sort of like scary armor on her fingers won't be the worst. Although this is her sword arm. Why would she want to? I feel like finger armor on her sword hand would be cumbersome, wouldn't it? There's gotta be something tied through here to hold this onto her hand. And then I was gonna have this be the glove like we had before. Go to sleep. Enjoy your snark me. Thank you for hanging out, though. Yeah, I'll come back to this after I have a snark me to see if I'm feeling better about any of what that is. But if I go like this and hide all of those elements, then figure out where the heck her body is. Here we go. Grab this, bring this up here. Where's all the stuff I just drew? Right here. I can make a folder of these things. Oops. I can put these all in a folder together. I can set this to multiply. And then if I cover the body, hang on, with white, where it's underneath things and we don't need to see it, and I make the whole thing black, because like this eye would not really be so visible. Somehow the eyebrows are still above everything. Where are the eyebrows? Hello? Nope. Hello? Nope. Hello? Nope. Is this the eyebrows? It is. There we go. Eyebrows have to go there. There we go. And then we don't need to see the internals of your arm in there. I don't need to see your body through here, probably, or your shoulder underneath the hair, or your arm under there, or your body under here, perhaps, or under here. Aw, see, like, I love drawing knees, but they never end up in the... they never end up coming through in the final, which is so unfortunate. I always have to remove them. But I drew the knees so well. I do like the claw-like armor. I do too, but I feel like it'd be very impractical for her, unfortunately. Okay, so here's this, and then if I make it black. There we go. Oh, wait, that doesn't work. Hang on. Layer, new correction layer, hue touch with luminosity. Luminosity done? No, hang on. There has to be a way for me to do this with an editing layer. How was I doing that before? Layer, new correction layer, level correction? Whoops, maybe not. Don't think that's helping, unfortunately. What did I do? There's something I've done before to make it not purple. If I just go like this and then... Nope, and then make this a color layer. You know what? It being gray is actually not the worst. Now, colors! I'm gonna take the shading color of your skin and use that mostly as your skin color because you're so freaking pale. So then, like, your arm would be up here. You can still see that on your side. There's still gonna be some skin showing there. This is your hip. Only some of your fingers are showing. Hip, and then, whoops, just these fingers maybe. There we go. Hi, Zany! Yay, less paleness! Yeah, we're gonna give you a little bit more blood flow. It seemed like you may have been not getting a lot of that before. There we go. I feel like that's still an okay amount of skin. I don't mind her hair color. I think that's a thing that can stay. Just the way it was, probably. Let's see if we can just sort of loosely get some hair in here. Whoops! Hang on, use a smaller brush. There we go. And then that'll come around her face a little bit more. It's a little spikier. I'm not gonna do a great job of coloring this in super nicely. Ooh, you know what might be an issue though? Is her hair against her torso. That's already a clarity issue in the original version of the design. Oh wait, I didn't switch back to being in the nice area where you don't have to see the sidebar. There we go. This just looks nicer to me, less cluttered. I don't like how cluttered it looks when you can see everything on the side. I know it's not bad, and I know that that is just what the UI looks like. But not gonna lie, it's kind of overwhelming. There's a lot going on with the UI. There we go. Hair. And then you've got hair that I can see back here too, but not like a ton of it. What am I gonna do about her shirt? Because I need that to have enough clarity. And I was going to still leave her sleeve the color it was before. Because I'm not really bothered. It does seem to have like a little bit of a blue undertone too, which is kind of good. We're activating our white and black areas of the design. So like this will be that blue undertone still. We can keep the trim that is the more royal blue and then has like a violet gradient in it maybe. And then I'll put a bunch of pattern work down here. So that way there's a little bit higher of a quantity of these colors. I imagine her pants will probably be black. But I feel like this design may end up too overall dark now. So I may have to figure out what to do about this. Because I don't want her to feel super duper intimidating as a result of most of her clothing being dark. Light colored pants I feel like wouldn't make much sense. But my windows with the tattoos are nice. Thanks! We can credit a shroomate for that because I was going to make the cutout in the pants on the inside and they suggested putting it on the outside and that was very big-brained of them because now we get to keep the tattoo. This isn't really even like a full redesign. I feel like this is just like a design modification. Mavuika was definitely a complete and total redesign. We changed pretty much everything about her design from the ground up. For this, I feel like I'm more so just like tweaking things. Like there was already something of a decent foundation to her. I just think that it wasn't all the way solved. Oh, I feel like, cause like this, I feel like is what, this has to be this color, but this is too close to her hair color. Maybe I'll lighten her hair? I'm not sure. And then I gotta figure out what color her armor should be. Her previous palette made all the metal elements silver, which I think is fine. I don't know if that's the worst. That's there, and then like maybe this thing would be black too. And then I also had her wearing a glove on this hand that's also black, but it doesn't cover her whole hand, it just covers some of her fingers. We're in the same boat with Chaska redesign I'm working on. Yeah, it's kind of hard when they have really dark hair and are wearing mostly dark clothing to avoid the dark on dark on dark on dark thing that seems to be occurring right now. Blue should probably be what these are because I need to distribute more of it throughout the design. Oh, wait. The tassels could be warmer in their color. Maybe I could even push them to red. Because we can have some hints towards the fact that her other version, when she transforms, has a little bit of red in it. I tend to think her design is most effective when we have just like a little bit of red in it also. And then you get like the little bit of red that'd be up there also. This might be a little bit too distracting from her face though, so I will figure out how I want to balance that at some point here. I don't think that's too bad yet. We can make her eyes more interesting. But a little bit of red is okay. Maybe grab some of this. Oh, hello. Hi, sweets. Welcome in. Sweet Tooth Squad here to attack. Oh no, my teeth. They hurt. Too sweet to handle. Hi. Hi, sweets. Welcome in. How are you? I'm Eiji. I'm a freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an art educator. We're doing some redesign work today. We're redesigning Acheron. Yes. Or Acheron. I keep saying her name wrong, but I said it right the entire rest of the stream. And now because I'm nervous because I was rated, I'm saying it wrong. But we're redesigning her. It's going interestingly. I'm having fun. I'm trying to give her a little bit of color right now. I'm not totally satisfied with what's going on, but we've got something of a basis at least. But hi! How was your stream? What were you up to? Shroommates, thank you for rotating for the raiders. That is very kind of you to do. Oh, Dark Zance, also thank you for following. We've hit 7,000 Shroommates. Woo! Oh, I was too slow. I was gonna try and snoop and I didn't manage to. I didn't click fast enough. Sorry. What were you doing for stream? Amber, why are you saying well? 7K's huge? Yeah, 7K crazy. Was good. We played Detroit Become Human and beat it today. Whoa, congrats! I've heard that that game is really cool. I have not played it myself, and I haven't actually seen a playthrough of it either. I do watch a lot of playthroughs for games, but I've heard a lot of really good things about, I guess more so like the philosophical nature of that game than anything else, but that's fantastic. Congrats on beating it. That's cool. Hell yeah. It's so good. That's good. I mean, I imagine that's probably why you beat it. I feel like if the game wasn't good, I wouldn't hear so many people beating it or like completing the game or saying good things about it later on, you know? Hell yeah. Let me say hi to everybody real quick because there were a couple people with raid messages to greet. Let's see. Hi, Mado and Wi-Fi Idol, Wi-Fi Idol, and Sweets, and Dark Xants, and did I get everybody? Mayhaps, yes. There we go. Perhaps. There we go. Raiders, if you guys need to do things like eat or drink or snork me, please take care of yourselves. If you want to stick around and hang out, you are welcome to do so, but please look after yourselves first and foremost. I am speedily approaching what would be the end of my usual stream time here also, just as like a warning and or heads up. I've joked about this before that I wish that there was a function on Twitch that would allow me to be like, hey, I'm ending in 20 minutes. Don't let people in. Close the door. I'm very happy to have you here. Don't misunderstand. I just always feel bad when people raid in and I'm like, oh no, I don't want to form like a raid train. I just want everyone to hang out a little bit if they want to, you know? But we'll see. We'll figure it out here in a minute. You can watch me flounder about trying to design this for another couple minutes here. Motto's so cool. Absolutely love the fungi hair. Thank you. I made it and designed it myself. I'm glad you like it. I worked pretty hard on it. This is my new outfit that is only like 2-ish weeks old. I was only born 2 weeks ago. Isn't that crazy? We're trying to figure out colors right now, if anyone has any ideas. I feel like the black to white balance has been significantly altered between the two different versions I have of this girly, and I'm not super thrilled about it right now, but I don't know if I have the solution. I might also make the trim of this more purple than blue, because I don't want to make it black, but I feel like leaving it silver would be too bright. I actually had a really, mostly I think, easy time coloring in Mavuika, which is who we designed last week. I'm having a much harder time trying to figure out color balance for this one. She feels more menacing when she is wearing mostly darker colors. But I feel like if I switch her pants to be lighter, then I feel like she doesn't feel as much of like a nihilist. And then I think her design's just gonna be too light if I do this. Well, you know what? As I'm doing it, I feel like I don't actually hate this. Fellas, what are your thoughts here? I would definitely need something for clarity in this area, so that way they're not touching each other, but I don't know. Maybe light blue? I don't know, I feel like that might be adding too many colors to the palette then, if I do that. I think the red is already too many. It's good. Definitely two different vibes, looks cool both ways. And see, that's the trouble. I feel like this, making it dark, is more of the vibe that fits her character, because she is someone who is kind of going through it, it seems like, and nihilism is something that we tend to think of with a more negative undertone to it. But I feel like this is better for color proportioning, because otherwise there was just too much black. Now this is like 60% white, and then the black can be a smaller fraction. Your OC looks like her, but younger. OC? I guess this isn't really an OC. It's not an original character. I guess the reason why she looks younger is probably because doesn't look like she's lost all the light in her eyes yet. Maybe more white on the hair tips. Hang on, I'm gonna put this back to being dark, because I think it had better clarity. I don't know if I like these having a color trim either. I feel like that looks kind of goofy. Let me put the white in her hair, because you're right, that may also help with the proportioning just a little bit. I think the serious tone fits her a little bit better, maybe. Are we about to overclock? Yes. I don't want to overclock too far. I'll overclock by like a minute, but I do have to grab dinner, and I have things to do after I grab dinner, so I don't want to overclock too far here. But like, this will probably be dark also, which is going to be another problem. I'll probably have a light trim on it. And then the armor probably needs to be colored. Like maybe the armor can have blue as like its base color in it. And then it has like a silver trim around the edge. The horns can also be metal and light. Maybe. This isn't so bad, I don't think. Right? And then that could be something else of a color also, perhaps. And then her tattoo can mimic whatever of the colors we're using. Does I look familiar? One of your videos popped up for me on YouTube before. Oh, maybe one of my older videos. I've changed a good bit since then. It is funny to me that I think I only have 2 videos that have my more modern model. Most people I think know me for my way older model, my like almost 3 years old model at this point, which is wild, but I hope you enjoyed the video if you watched it. Don't forget her shorts. You're right. Oh my gosh, wait, we can't even see her shorts right now. They're like totally invisible under her clothing because of the length of them. I may have to make them longer so we can see them under this thing, and then I may have to have the trim still, although maybe the trim would be thinner, so it wouldn't be as intense? Maybe? Bald! Yeah, I'm bald, it's okay. This happens. I think I'm slay. It doesn't really bother me. Being bald's fine. Oh, red armband. Nope. Don't do that. Hang on, blue. If I do this, this might be too much red down here, but that's okay. I can balance that for that later. Oh, and then I did give her like a tassel on the side of her head also, which would be right up by her face. Maybe whiten hair, and then maybe we'll be done for the day for her. And I will come back to her later to try and figure out what in the world is gonna be modified. This one's gonna take a sleep, like they all do. If I give her eyelashes, she might not look so young also. Brows. There we go. Sure. Bald as peak. I happen to agree. Maybe the tassels be a gradient if you want to pull back the red a little bit. Yeah, I'll probably do a little bit of post-production magic on them to make them less intense, where I often will go like this and say, all right, red? I don't think so. And then get my gradient tool. Where is it? Here we go. And go. And I'll just airbrush a blue onto them around the edges because it just looks like atmosphere qualities. That's what I did to Mavwika super hardcore to make her head less focal, because now it's still a red thing, but now it's just a red thing that's further away from me, you know? And then you get like, okay, this is gonna be pushed back a little bit with it or something, or like maybe the back leg would be like entirely pushed back also or something. Things like that. But we can fix for focal point without having to change where the red is located in the design also in some capacity. I'm sorry to hear you spilled your coffee though. That does remind me I should drink some of mine maybe. Kind of reminds me of Scaramouche. I have accidentally redesigned, I think, Scaramouche. I've remade him. We discussed this earlier. I may have to change her so she doesn't look as much like him. Lighter patterning on the pants work. Probably not with that light purple, but maybe some of that blue. I would probably do some pattern work in this design, just like in general, that I'll have to work for. Where like she'll probably have something that's like, whoops, like, hang on, wait, like this down in here, but maybe not as like intense. And maybe we can have like some of the lightning pattern or something, and there'll probably be like blue in here and some of whatever these other colors are that she had before down in here, and maybe even like a little spot of red or something throughout. I've done some kimono pattern work design before, so like I'm feeling I'll do pretty okay with this. But I feel like the pattern work will really help to sell this better. Yeah, it does just look like Scaramouche, especially because this NPC outfit was red and purple, but I like the design. Oh no! Cloud fighter on legs for stormy weather vibes. Maybe? If I do something on the pants, it'll probably be very subtle. Like it would be... I'm just doing the storm cloud pattern that we saw was like traditional Japanese storm clouds in like paintings and stuff. But if it was like this, very minimal, just so there's a little bit of pattern, just a tad. Oh, and then like this would probably also be like here in some capacity with whatever colors it is, and some blue and a little bit of like red or something. And like maybe it even comes up like under here so we can see it up there. But I do think that pattern work will help. But yeah, just a little bit of clouds down there. I'll have to think about how I can further differentiate her from Wanderer. Acheron is basically a May, yeah, she is a May variant. Maybe it could be some kind of connection there. We were looking at the connection. Maybe I should braid her hair on one side, because it does seem like the other two Mays have braided hair somewhere. So maybe I bring a braid over the front of her hair, or maybe I put a braid just somewhere on like the side of her head to form that connection just a little bit more. I think the other reason why it's reading like him is because I think he's wearing a shirt that is somewhat in this style. So I may just have to nix the overall shape of the shirt. Because he does have like an exposed shoulder like this. If I were to give her some sort of like cutout in here. Hang on, if I give her a cutout that was like this, that might help. Because I don't think he has a cutout on his. Where was my reference for him? I had him somewhere at some point. Let me grab him again. How do you spell his name? Scaramouche? What a name. Did I spell that right? I did. Oh, I don't think what I've designed actually looks that much like him. I think we're over-exaggerating what I've done. This is what he looks like. This does not look like that much like him. This is the version where he's purple and blue, but he's wearing shorts. He is wearing a sleeve only on one side. Or no, he's got sleeves on both sides. He's got a lot of really dangly, tassely things. He's got a big hat. He's got sandals with shin guards on. Lots of gold. And even in his version that is red and black, I feel like it still doesn't even look that much like it. I think we're only saying that because of the way I've done the hair. I think I've done a reasonable job at making her not look like it. Not look like him. Where is she? I think it's just the color palette similarity that's making me think of him. Acheron's hair looks best when her one eye is completely covered. I think her eye is going to be completely covered, but I just made her hair a little bit piecier. Because I thought it needed a little more detail. I don't think this looks that much like him. It looks like his, but he has almost the exact hairstyle, except the underneath is shorter. But his hair is just entirely shorter, and hers is covering her eyes. It's okay to look similar if they're related. I guess. I can modify the hairstyle further to make it look less like him in the future, but I think this is still reasonably unique, and I do actually kind of like this cutout here. I think that's sort of helping to split up some of the black in the design. I don't think she needs quite as much of it. That seems fine. You should get your dinner. This is true! I've gone over by 6 minutes, which is okay. We will call this for the day, where her design is. I am not content with it, but I need to take a big old sleep about it probably, and then I will probably have a little bit better of an idea about where to go. But thank you all for your feedback and suggestions. It has been very helpful. I think we're getting something rather interesting though. Light purple grade at the bottom of the hair. Oh, I'm one step ahead of you. I've been thinking about that. Oh, I've got thoughts. I have plenty of thoughts, but I do have to go eat. I need to go eat because I have a friend to go hang out with. But thank you all for hanging out with me also today while we did some redesign work. I've been really enjoying this. Here's a question for you, just real brief before I go. Do you enjoy this series? Because I'm enjoying this series. I may just try and hit like each series we've done critiques for. If there's a character I want to redesign, and then just go through a bunch of them to see what I would do. Like we did one for Genshin. We're doing one for Honkai Star Rail right now. Next I might do a Cookie Run Kingdom one. Crazy, right? But I might do a Cookie Run Kingdom one. I might do a Reverse 1999 one. And then depending on how we're feeling about that, we can come back and do other series again. But I want to take a break from some of the tier list stuff. I feel like we did too many tier lists sort of too quickly together. I'm kind of tier listed out for the minute. And, you know, I haven't done that much actual design work on stream before, so fun to see your design process and stuff. I'm glad. Okay, we'll continue. And also, I feel like I'm almost running out of series that I'm feeling that strongly about critiquing, like, individual characters from. We'll do more of those for sure in the future, I promise, but I just am enjoying sticking with this for now. I gotta shake it up. It was getting a little bit repetitive for me, so we'll do something a little bit less repetitive, you know? Somebody who does design work, still not super common to see character design work in real time. That's fair. And you know why? It's hard. Character design work is rarely ever completed in the length of whatever one stream could ever feasibly be. Even the best character designers out there, I don't think can design a character from start to finish in 4 hours. It's genuinely a challenge, and it is one that I'm happy and excited to rise to, because it is forcing me to be faster, more efficient, more focused. All good things for me. And it's just good practice. Good practice in trying things I wouldn't normally try, like trying to stick to this type of proportioning, or some of the combinations of really any of the concepts for these characters are things that I wouldn't think of doing myself, probably. It's good learning. Coughs and 3 characters in 3 hours. Zany, I get it. You're fast. You're crazy. You're built different. You, I believe, are the outlier here. And I'm very happy for you and excited for you that you can do those things with such speed, but I really think you're an outlier. I don't think you're the standard as far as your speed goes. Also, I think I could design a character from start to finish in maybe an hour if it was something within my wheelhouse. If I was designing a character that is a funny little guy who is chibi proportioned, where I already had my references pulled, I could do it start to finish probably in an hour. I don't know if while I'm yapping, but yeah. This is like, I'm challenging myself, so that also makes it take way longer. But anyways, I do have to go. Amber's jingling keys at me, which is very, very helpful. Thank you. Maybe sniffing raid? We can use, how about we do a volleyball rotating raid? Aerith has made one for us, which was very kind. Thank you. I want a volleyball rotate, because I haven't gotten to do much of that. Yay! Oh, Amber's is a little bit shorter. Maybe we don't want to flood them too much with the rotation. Just a responsible amount of rotation. Yeah. But YouTube Shroommates, thanks for hanging out. I will see you Friday. We're doing a showcase for the art fight attacks Shroommates did last month against each other, and I'm looking forward to it. I hope you'll stop by and see all the lovely art Shroommates made for each other. But I will see you later. Bye. Twitch Shroommates.